The past feels settled. Finished. Filed away in textbooks, museums, and neat timelines that tell us where we came from and how we got here. But what if that feeling is an illusion? What if the history we're comfortable with is only a surface layer, thin, fragile, and hiding something far older, far stranger beneath it? Imagine standing in front of an ancient artifact sealed inside rock that should be millions of years old. Not a fossil. Not a bone. A man-made object. Smooth edges. Intentional design. Something that has no right to exist where it was found. The kind of discovery that makes even experienced researchers pause, reread their notes, and quietly ask themselves a dangerous question: what if we're wrong? Because once that question is asked, everything starts to shake. For generations, we've been taught a clear story about humanity. Simple beginnings. Slow progress. Stone tools. Agriculture. Cities. Technology. A steady, upward climb from ignorance to enlightenment. It's a comforting narrative. Logical. Orderly. And, most importantly, predictable. But scattered across deserts, buried beneath oceans, hidden inside mountains, and locked away in museum basements are discoveries that refuse to fit that story. Discoveries that don't just challenge dates or details, but threaten the entire framework. These aren't fringe myths or internet fantasies. Many were uncovered by trained archaeologists, engineers, and scientists. They were measured, photographed, documented. And then, quietly set aside. Labeled anomalies. Explained away. Or worse, ignored. Not because they were proven false, but because they were inconvenient. There's an unspoken rule in archaeology: extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. But what happens when the evidence is extraordinary, and the implications are unacceptable? What happens when a single object suggests that advanced knowledge existed thousands, maybe tens of thousands of years earlier than allowed? Or that civilizations capable of precision engineering, astronomical calculation, or massive construction lived and vanished long before recorded history began? That's where things become uncomfortable. Because history isn't just about the past. It shapes how we see ourselves today. Our intelligence. Our progress. Our sense of superiority over those who came before us. To accept that ancient humans may have been more advanced than we assume, perhaps even technologically or scientifically sophisticated, forces us to confront a humbling possibility: we are not the first to reach great heights. And maybe not the first to fall. Across the world, monuments stand that still defy explanation. Stones weighing hundreds of tons, cut with razor-like precision, fitted together so tightly that even a blade can't slip between them. Structures aligned to celestial events with astonishing accuracy: solstices, equinoxes, star systems, that require long-term observation and mathematical understanding. And all of this attributed to cultures supposedly armed with little more than stone tools and brute force. We're told they used ropes, ramps, and simple tools. That they dragged impossibly heavy blocks across uneven terrain, lifted them with manpower alone, and somehow achieved levels of precision modern machines struggle to replicate. And for a long time, many accepted this explanation. Not because it answered every question, but because it allowed the timeline to remain intact. But cracks have been forming. With every new excavation, every underwater scan, every satellite image, more questions emerge. Entire sites older than civilization itself. Cities submerged beneath rising seas. Artifacts found in places they shouldn't be, in layers of earth that suggest impossible ages. And ancient texts, fragments of stories, speaking of forgotten ages, great floods, golden eras, and sudden destruction. At first, these stories were dismissed as myths. Symbolic tales meant to entertain or teach moral lessons. But myths are strange things. They appear independently across cultures separated by oceans and thousands of years. Different names. Different faces. But the same core events. A world-ending flood. Fire from the sky. A time before time, when gods or ancestors walked among humans and shared knowledge. Coincidence, or memory? Modern science tells us that civilization began around 6,000 years ago. But archaeology itself has now uncovered structures more than 12,000 years old, built by people who were never supposed to exist. People who were meant to be simple hunter-gatherers, incapable of organized labor, architecture, or symbolic art on that scale. And yet, there it is. Carved stone. Massive pillars. Complex symbolism. Intentional design. So we're left with a choice. Either these discoveries are exceptions, rare, isolated flukes that somehow defy the broader pattern. Or the pattern itself is incomplete. And that's a dangerous thought. Because once you accept that history may be missing entire chapters, you begin to notice how often uncomfortable evidence gets sidelined. How often alternative interpretations are labeled pseudoscience before they're fully examined. How funding, reputation, and academic careers quietly shape what questions are allowed to be asked. This isn't about conspiracies in dark rooms. It's about human nature. About systems built on consensus. About the difficulty of changing a story once the world has agreed to believe it. But the earth doesn't care about our consensus. It preserves what it preserves. It buries what it buries. And sometimes, it gives us glimpses, brief, unsettling glimpses, of something far older than we're prepared to accept. Consider this: if a technologically advanced civilization existed before the last major cataclysm, what would remain of it today? Skyscrapers would be gone. Steel would corrode. Electronics would vanish. But stone endures. Foundations. Massive blocks. Unexplained precision. And stories passed down through generations, slowly transformed into legend. What if what we call the dawn of civilization was not the beginning, but a recovery? This idea is unsettling not because it's fantastical, but because it's plausible. Geological evidence confirms massive floods, climate upheavals, and sudden environmental shifts at the end of the last ice age. Sea levels rose dramatically. Coastlines vanished. Entire regions were swallowed. If early advanced societies existed along those coastlines, as most civilizations do today, their remains would now lie beneath the ocean. Out of sight. Out of reach. Out of mind. And yet, diverse and sonar scans are beginning to find shapes beneath the waves that don't look natural. Straight lines. Right angles. Terraces. Roads. Foundations. Places that feel intentional. So here we stand, at a strange crossroads. On one side is the official story, clean, confident, and reassuring. On the other is a growing collection of anomalies, each one whispering that the story may be incomplete. That our ancestors may have known more than we give them credit for. That progress is not always linear. And that forgetting is as much a part of human history as discovery. This isn't about rejecting science. It's about following it where it leads, even when it leads somewhere uncomfortable. Because real science doesn't fear questions. It thrives on them. And the questions are becoming impossible to ignore. Who built the ancient structures that predate civilization? How did they achieve feats we still struggle to explain? Why do global myths echo the same catastrophic events? And most unsettling of all, if advanced knowledge existed before and was lost, could it happen again? As we begin this journey into the most baffling archaeological discoveries still unexplained, understand this: there are no easy answers waiting at the end. Only deeper questions. Questions that challenge not just our understanding of the past, but our confidence in the present. Because once you realize how much may have been forgotten, you start to wonder what else has been erased. And whether the past is truly silent, or patiently waiting for us to listen. History, as we know it, is built on timelines. We are told that humanity evolved slowly, learned to make tools, developed agriculture, formed cities, and eventually reached the heights of civilization we recognize today. It is a neat, linear progression that reassures us about our own place in the world. Yet, the deeper we dig, literally and metaphorically, the more cracks appear in this carefully constructed story. Archaeology, the discipline that is meant to illuminate our past, sometimes produces findings that seem almost deliberate in their refusal to fit the established timeline. Layers of sediment, carbon-dated artifacts, and geological formations occasionally whisper that humans were doing things long before we were supposed to know how. The problem lies not in the artifacts themselves, but in the system that interprets them. Scientific consensus depends on patterns, repeatable observations, and dates that align with our understanding. When something doesn't fit, the initial reaction is often skepticism, followed by dismissal. This is not always out of malice. The academic world moves slowly, and the stakes are high. Careers, funding, and reputations depend on maintaining established theories. But in the process, anomalies that could radically alter our understanding of human history are often sidelined. Consider the story of ancient civilizations that are assumed to emerge only after the Neolithic Revolution. We are told that before agriculture, humans were hunter-gatherers, incapable of complex construction or symbolic thought. And yet, sites like Göbekli Tepe, which date back over 12,000 years, completely disrupt that narrative. Massive pillars arranged in precise circles, carved with intricate animals and symbols, suggest a level of planning, coordination, and abstract thinking that the official timeline says was impossible. Such discoveries force us to confront an uncomfortable possibility, that history as we know it may be incomplete, selective, or filtered through the lens of modern expectation. And it is not just ancient stone structures. Tools embedded in geological formations that predate humans, artifacts appearing in layers of sediment that defy carbon dating, and maps showing coastlines and continents before they were supposedly discovered all challenge our chronological assumptions. Science, by nature, demands evidence and explanation. But when evidence points to something extraordinary, something that contradicts the accepted timeline, it creates tension. The very methods used to date artifacts and structures, like radiocarbon dating or stratigraphy, are precise, yet they are also vulnerable to anomalies and interpretation. A piece of wood buried deep in sediment may yield a date that conflicts with the layer around it. A metal object encased in rock may suggest knowledge of metallurgy far earlier than textbooks allow. When these discrepancies arise, they are often attributed to errors, contamination, or coincidence. The problem is that coincidence, repeated over centuries and across continents, becomes increasingly improbable. How likely is it that multiple civilizations, entirely isolated from each other, independently develop sophisticated knowledge and construction techniques at precisely the times the official timeline deems possible? History appears neat on paper, but the Earth itself tells a different story. Geological records, ice cores, and sediment layers suggest climate events, floods, and sudden environmental shifts that would have dramatically affected human societies. Catastrophes that wiped out populations, submerged cities, and erased entire cultures leave only fragments for modern archaeologists to piece together. When these fragments emerge, they often refuse to fit neatly into the established chronological puzzle. For example, the discovery of artifacts like the London Hammer, an object encased in rock that is supposedly hundreds of millions of years old, forces the question, how could human-made tools exist long before humans were meant to appear? Or consider ancient maps, such as the Piri Reis map, which depict coastlines and territory supposedly unknown to humanity at the time. These maps are precise and detailed, yet they predate the technology or exploration we are told was necessary to create them. It is easy to dismiss these anomalies as mistakes or hoaxes. Yet the cumulative evidence across continents, cultures, and centuries suggests a pattern too persistent to ignore. The problem, then, is not just anomalies themselves, but the timeline we have constructed to make sense of human history. This timeline has become a framework that shapes interpretation, sometimes more rigid than the evidence it is meant to organize. When discoveries fall outside it, they are treated as outliers rather than invitations to reconsider the whole. Scholars and researchers face an internal conflict. To follow the evidence wherever it leads may mean challenging fundamental assumptions, risking reputation and credibility. Many choose caution, maintaining the narrative that fits the accepted chronology, even when anomalies persist. Yet the persistence of anomalies hints at the possibility of a forgotten or hidden chapter of human history. Perhaps advanced knowledge existed in distant ages, lost through catastrophe, decay, or intentional destruction. Perhaps civilizations rose and fell long before the ones we celebrate in textbooks. The problem with the timeline, then, is that it is partial. It is a map drawn not only from evidence but from convenience, bias, and human expectation. It emphasizes linear progression and gradual evolution because that is comfortable and reassuring. It leaves little room for surprises, for advanced societies emerging unexpectedly, or for technology appearing before its supposed invention. And yet, history is rarely comfortable. It is messy, chaotic, and often contradictory. Every layer of soil turned over, every ancient structure uncovered, and every artifact extracted has the potential to disrupt our sense of order. The challenge is to recognize that these disruptions are not failures of science, but opportunities for deeper understanding. To confront the problem with the timeline is not to reject science, but to question the assumptions behind it. When the pieces do not fit, we must ask why, not ignore them. The evidence, after all, is impartial. It does not conform to human expectations. It waits silently for interpretation, demanding we either adjust our timeline or continue ignoring its warnings. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of this problem is its implication for human identity. If our history is incomplete or partially erased, what does that mean for the narrative of progress, intelligence, and cultural evolution we have constructed? Could humanity have reached levels of knowledge and capability in the past that we have since lost? And if so, what lessons might lie buried, waiting to be rediscovered? These are not just academic questions. They touch on our understanding of who we are, where we came from, and what is possible for our future. The timeline, while comforting, may be a cage. It confines imagination, constrains interpretation, and limits inquiry. The anomalies, the artifacts, and the unexplained phenomena are the keys to unlocking a broader, more complex story. The world is older and stranger than we often admit, and history may be far more intricate than we have ever been taught. To acknowledge this is to accept uncertainty. To accept that history is not a fixed path, but a shifting landscape of evidence, interpretation, and mystery. And it is precisely this uncertainty that opens the door to discovery, curiosity, and wonder. Because if the timeline is flawed, then every buried artifact, every ancient ruin, every mysterious map is not merely a puzzle, but a message. A message that the past is alive, that it is speaking to us across millennia, and that our understanding of it is far from complete. To confront the problem with the timeline is to embark on a journey that challenges everything we thought we knew. It is to venture into a history that is larger, stranger, and more mysterious than any of us have imagined. And once that journey begins, there is no turning back. Every discovery compels us forward, deeper into a past that refuses to be neatly contained by dates and expectations. Every anomaly whispers the same question: what if everything we have been taught about the rise of civilization is only part of the story? The question lingers, growing heavier with every unexplained find, until it can no longer be ignored. Because the truth of history is not polite, orderly, or convenient. It is wild, complex, and waiting for those bold enough to follow it wherever it leads. And that is the problem with the timeline: it is human-made, imperfect, and perhaps blind to the true scope of our ancestors' achievements. The evidence exists. The anomalies persist. And history, in its quiet, relentless way, challenges us to reconsider everything we think we know. Out-of-place artifacts, commonly called OOPArts, are some of the most provocative and unsettling clues we have about humanity's hidden past. These objects appear in contexts that defy conventional timelines, showing a level of knowledge, technology, or presence in locations that mainstream archaeology insists should be impossible. They are not simply curiosities tucked away in obscure collections. They are meticulously documented, verified by scientists, and often examined in laboratories that confirm their authenticity. And yet, instead of rewriting textbooks, they are quietly labeled anomalies, exceptions, or even hoaxes. The very existence of these artifacts forces us to ask questions that make conventional scholars uncomfortable. How could this exist here, now, or then? What knowledge was required to create it, and where did that knowledge come from? Some of the most baffling OOP arts are objects that appear technologically advanced for their supposed age. Take, for example, the Antikythera mechanism, a bronze device recovered from a shipwreck off the coast of Greece. Dating back to around 100 BCE, it is a highly complex analog computer capable of predicting celestial positions, eclipses, and even cycles of the Olympic Games. Its intricacy far surpasses anything else known from that period. Scholars initially dismissed it as an anomaly, but continued study revealed a level of mechanical sophistication comparable to 18th-century clockwork. The Antikythera mechanism challenges our understanding of ancient knowledge, implying that complex astronomical calculations were possible long before the development of modern mathematics or engineering standards. Then there are objects that appear in geological contexts that suggest impossibly ancient origins. The London hammer, discovered embedded in a rock formation, is a hammer that shows clear signs of human manufacture. Geologists estimate the rock surrounding it to be hundreds of millions of years old. If the dating is accurate, it would mean that humans, or at least beings capable of crafting metal tools, existed long before the evolutionary timeline permits. Mainstream explanations suggest geological anomalies or misdating, but no definitive evidence has conclusively disproven its authenticity. Similar objects have been unearthed across the globe, challenging our understanding of when human ingenuity first emerged. Some OOP arts are technologically mysterious rather than chronologically impossible. For instance, finely machined metal spheres and tools found in South Africa, often dated at hundreds of thousands of years old, exhibit machining marks and uniformity that should be impossible without advanced tools. These objects are simple in form, yet the precision required to create them surpasses what we would expect from a civilization supposedly still living in rudimentary conditions. Even small objects, like intricately carved figurines or crystal skulls, raise questions when they display symmetrical perfection, knowledge of optics, or material properties unexplained by the tools assumed to be available at the time. The consistency and distribution of such artifacts suggest that they are not one-off coincidences, but remnants of knowledge that was once widespread. Maps, too, can function as out-of-place artifacts. The Piri Reis map, drawn in 1513, shows parts of South America and even hints of Antarctica's coastline, centuries before these regions were officially explored or known. The precision of these depictions, particularly of a frozen continent hidden beneath ice, raises a chilling possibility that knowledge from an earlier, lost civilization may have been preserved and transmitted across generations. Other examples, like the intricate jade carvings of Mesoamerica, display advanced artistic skill and material knowledge that do not align with what we assume about contemporary cultures. These carvings are not only aesthetic, they imply an understanding of tools, materials, and methods that would otherwise be considered impossible. The problem with OOP arts is not simply that they exist, it is that they suggest an intelligence, a sophistication, or a presence that mainstream history refuses to acknowledge. They force us to confront uncomfortable questions. How much do we not know? What civilizations may have risen and fallen without leaving a trace? And what knowledge has been lost, perhaps deliberately, to the sands of time? Many skeptics argue that OOP arts are either hoaxes or misinterpretations, yet the more closely these objects are examined, the harder it becomes to dismiss them. Their materials are authentic, their contexts are documented, and their properties, whether mechanical, artistic, or metallurgical, often defy easy explanation. Furthermore, the distribution of these artifacts is global. It is not a single isolated find that might be ignored or explained away, but a pattern repeated across continents, centuries, and cultures. This pattern hints at the existence of a world more interconnected, more advanced, and more mysterious than conventional history allows. Beyond the purely technological, some OOP arts hint at cultural or symbolic knowledge that predates its time. Figurines, carvings, and inscriptions often encode astronomical, mathematical, or religious understanding that seems impossibly sophisticated. These objects serve as a silent testament to intelligence that we are only beginning to recognize. They remind us that humans, or other beings capable of complex thought, may have left legacies that are hidden in plain sight. The emotional impact of encountering an OOP art cannot be overstated. Standing before an artifact that should not exist evokes a sense of dislocation, as if the ground beneath the foundations of history has shifted. Scholars report moments of disbelief, awe, and even fear when faced with evidence that contradicts everything they have been taught. This is not the discomfort of personal opinion, it is the cognitive shock of confronting the unknown. And yet, the reaction is often to dismiss, to ignore, or to rationalize away the implications. The consequences of acknowledging OOP arts are profound. If these artifacts are authentic, then the human story is far more complex than textbooks suggest. Civilization may not have arisen from simple beginnings in a linear fashion, but may have experienced cycles of advance, decline, and rediscovery. Knowledge may have been lost through catastrophe, war, or deliberate concealment. Every anomaly challenges not just dates and timelines, but the very assumptions upon which history is built. The psychological weight of these artifacts is immense. They force us to consider that humanity may have been far more capable than we assume, that technology may have existed and disappeared, and that the world we inhabit is only a fragment of what once was. The curiosity they provoke is irresistible. They call us to look deeper, to question more rigorously, and to remain open to possibilities that challenge conventional wisdom. And perhaps most unsettling of all, OOP arts hint at a world whose rules we do not fully understand. They suggest that knowledge is fragile, that the past is vast, and that what survives in the historical record may be only a small, distorted sample of what once existed. They confront us with a paradox: the very evidence that could rewrite history is often the hardest to accept. Yet, each discovery carries with it a quiet persistence, a silent demand for recognition. The artifacts themselves do not speak in words, but in the language of form, function, and placement, they testify to intelligence, creativity, and skill that we are only beginning to comprehend. For anyone willing to pay attention, these objects are more than curiosities. They are warnings and invitations. They warn us that the past is not fully known, and invite us to explore, to imagine, and to acknowledge that the story of humanity may be stranger, richer, and far more enigmatic than we ever believed. Out-of-place artifacts challenge certainty. They demand humility. They provoke wonder. And they hint, in the quietest but most insistent way, that the history we hold dear may be incomplete, misleading, or waiting to be rediscovered. Every OOP art is a thread. And if we follow that thread carefully, it may lead us into a labyrinth of knowledge, mystery, and revelation, where each discovery raises more questions than it answers, and where the line between possibility and impossibility begins to blur. They compel us to confront not just what humans have done, but what humans could have done, and in doing so, they pull the veil back on a past that refuses to stay buried. The London hammer is not just a relic, it is a provocation. Discovered in 1936 in London, Texas, embedded in a rock formation, this ordinary-looking hammer seems entirely out of place in the context of geological and human history. On first glance, it appears mundane, a simple iron head attached to a wooden handle. But the rock encasing it tells a far stranger story. Geologists have examined the surrounding concretion and concluded that the rock could be hundreds of millions of years old, formed long before humans were supposed to exist. If that dating is accurate, then a human-crafted tool existed in a time when humanity itself should have been absent from the planet. The implications are staggering. The hammer challenges everything we think we know about human evolution, technological development, and the linear timeline that underpins our understanding of the past. Its existence raises questions that mainstream archaeology finds uncomfortable. How could such an object appear in a rock layer that predates human history by millions of years? Could it be a misinterpretation, an error in dating, or is it evidence that our timeline of technological progress is fundamentally flawed? Skeptics argue that the concretion formed around the hammer much later, or that the rock's age was misjudged. But the hammer itself shows unmistakable signs of human manufacture. Its iron head is forged, shaped, and polished. The wooden handle is inserted in a way consistent with conventional toolmaking practices. There is no evidence that this is anything other than a human artifact. To truly understand the London hammer, one must consider its context. It was discovered in an iron concretion, a type of mineral growth that can gradually encase objects over time. Concretions form slowly, often incorporating elements from the surrounding environment. In this case, the concretion itself is ancient, yet the hammer appears to have been made using metallurgy that corresponds to known human methods. The contradiction is impossible to ignore. Some have speculated that the hammer might have been a modern object accidentally trapped in rock, or that someone buried it as a curiosity. But even a casual inspection of the site and the concretion reveals a far more complex reality. The hammer is not superficially attached, it is embedded in a solid formation that geological processes suggest took millions of years to develop. This makes any attempt to dismiss the artifact as a hoax far less credible. Beyond the London hammer, there are other tools that seem to predate humanity, or at least challenge the conventional timeline. From metal implements embedded in prehistoric rock to carved stones that suggest advanced planning and tool use, the pattern is unsettling. Each artifact appears to whisper the same possibility, that humans, or a human-like intelligence, existed far earlier than we allow ourselves to imagine. Consider the broader implications. If the London hammer is genuine, then the accepted chronology of human development, beginning with crude stone tools and progressing slowly toward metallurgy, is incomplete at best, and misleading at worst. It forces us to entertain the uncomfortable notion that human ingenuity may have appeared long before recorded history and that ancient civilizations might have achieved levels of technological sophistication that we have since forgotten. The hammer also raises questions about the transmission of knowledge. If such tools existed millions of years ago, what happened to the knowledge required to make them? How could it have been lost, and why has it not survived in any traceable form in the archaeological record? These questions highlight a recurring theme in the study of anomalous artifacts. Knowledge can vanish, and civilizations can leave little behind, especially if they were destroyed or displaced by cataclysms. Furthermore, the London hammer challenges the assumptions underlying modern scientific methodology. Archaeology and geology rely on dating methods to establish context, but when an artifact appears to contradict those methods, it forces scientists to reconsider their interpretations. The hammer does not fit the expected pattern. It is an anomaly, but anomalies are not inherently impossible, they are signals that our understanding may be incomplete. The history of the hammer itself adds to the mystery. After its discovery, it passed through several hands, including local residents and collectors, before being documented in detail. Scientists examined it, photographs were taken, and measurements were recorded. Despite its controversial nature, the hammer continues to be studied, and its enigmatic presence in an ancient concretion remains unexplained. Beyond the specific case of the London hammer, its story touches on a larger narrative about human history. It reminds us that artifacts are more than objects, they are evidence of intelligence, creativity, and the capacity for technological innovation. When such evidence appears outside the expected timeline, it forces a reconsideration of the story we tell ourselves about human progress. Perhaps humans, or a precursor species with advanced skills, existed far earlier than textbooks allow. Perhaps civilizations arose, flourished, and disappeared, leaving only scattered, enigmatic traces behind. And if such civilizations did exist, the implications are staggering. It suggests that history is not a neat, linear progression, but a series of cycles, rises and falls, and moments of brilliance lost to time. It also hints at the fragility of knowledge. What we take for granted, the ability to forge metal, to shape tools, to organize labor, is not guaranteed across millennia. It can vanish, leaving future generations to rediscover it anew. The London hammer, in this sense, is more than a tool. It is a symbol of lost history. It embodies the possibility that human achievement may extend far beyond what we currently accept and that the archaeological record we rely on is only a partial account. The hammer forces us to confront uncertainty, to question assumptions, and to remain open to the possibility that the past is stranger than we have imagined. Its presence encourages a mindset of curiosity, skepticism, and wonder. It demands that we consider scenarios that are uncomfortable, even radical. Could an advanced civilization have existed millions of years ago? Could they have left behind artifacts, knowledge, and structures that we are only beginning to recognize? And if so, what caused their disappearance? Each question deepens the mystery. The London hammer does not answer these questions, nor does it offer easy explanations. Its value lies in its challenge to the status quo, in its ability to disrupt conventional thought and force a re-examination of what we know about human history. It is a tangible reminder that the past is not always orderly, that human ingenuity is not confined to documented eras, and that anomalies exist precisely to expand our understanding of possibility. Finally, the hammer compels us to look beyond surface appearances. It reminds us that the Earth preserves secrets far older than the civilizations we study and that these secrets may emerge in forms that are difficult, even impossible, to reconcile with accepted knowledge. To ignore such artifacts is to ignore a part of our history, and perhaps a part of ourselves. The London hammer, embedded in rock and shrouded in mystery, stands as a testament to the unknown. It challenges the very foundations of archaeology, geology, and our understanding of human capability. It forces us to ask questions that have no easy answers and to acknowledge that history is far more complex, more layered, and more mysterious than we have ever been taught. In contemplating this single object, we are confronted not only with the enigma of its existence, but with the possibility that the timeline of humanity, as carefully constructed as it may be, is only a fragment of a far greater story, a story that the Earth has quietly preserved, waiting for those willing to see beyond the expected, beyond the conventional, and into the true depths of our ancient past. In many ancient sites across the world, there exist artifacts and structures that display a level of precision that seems impossible without the tools and technologies of modern engineering. Stones are cut with such exactness that the edges fit together seamlessly, with no mortar required, and yet they weigh tons, sometimes hundreds of tons. The precision is not merely functional, it reflects an understanding of geometry, alignment, and material properties that goes far beyond what conventional timelines suggest. At first glance, one might assume that these were the products of countless laborers using simple tools over decades. But the more we examine them, the more the evidence points to methods and knowledge that have been lost to history. Consider the megalithic structures of South America, like Puma Punku in Bolivia. The blocks here are massive, some weighing over 100 tons, yet they are cut with clean edges, right angles, and perfectly flat surfaces. Modern engineers have examined these stones and marveled at the precision achieved with tools that, according to the historical record, should not have existed at the time. Even more puzzling are the holes and channels carved into some blocks with such uniformity that modern machinery would struggle to replicate the work without leaving irregularities. Puma Punku is just one example, but it is far from unique. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza presents similar challenges. The limestone and granite blocks are cut and fitted so precisely that even today, with all our technology, it is difficult to imagine reproducing the work with hand tools alone. The stones are aligned with remarkable accuracy to the cardinal points, and the internal chambers demonstrate an understanding of structural stress and load distribution that is exceptional even by modern standards. What is astonishing is not merely the effort involved, but the apparent knowledge and planning that underpin the construction. The precision suggests that ancient builders had an advanced understanding of engineering principles, materials, and alignment. Similar patterns emerge in other parts of the world. In Japan, the massive stone walls of ancient castles are composed of carefully cut stones that interlock perfectly without mortar. In Europe, Prehistoric sites like Stonehenge show an understanding of geometry and astronomy that would have required precise measurement tools and observational techniques. And in Asia, the temples of Angkor display stone carvings of incredible detail, not just artistic, but also reflecting a mastery of proportion and technique. What all these examples share is a combination of scale and accuracy that challenges conventional explanations. They suggest the use of tools, methods, and perhaps knowledge that have been lost to time. How these civilizations achieved such feats remains one of the most compelling mysteries in archaeology. Mainstream theories often propose simple solutions: sheer labor, trial and error, primitive tools, and clever use of levers and ramps. But while these explanations account for some of the physical effort, they rarely address the precision. How did they measure angles so accurately? How did they cut stones to fit together without gaps, sometimes over distances spanning hundreds of meters? How did they lift and transport multi-ton blocks with such exact alignment? The more we probe, the more it becomes apparent that there is a gap between what we know about the tools supposedly available and the results we observe. Some researchers have suggested that ancient civilizations might have had access to techniques or tools now lost, perhaps based on advanced knowledge of metallurgy, acoustics, or geometry. Others speculate that ancient builders may have understood principles of vibration or resonance that allowed them to cut and shape stone with methods we do not yet fully grasp. The implications are profound. If such precision was possible thousands of years ago, it raises questions about the distribution of knowledge across the ancient world. Did civilizations independently develop these skills, or was there a shared understanding transmitted across continents? How much of our current understanding of technological development is simply incomplete or skewed by gaps in the historical record? In addition to structural precision, we find artifacts that demonstrate intricate craftsmanship at smaller scales. Jewelry, tools, and ceremonial objects from ancient cultures are often made with exacting attention to symmetry, proportion, and detail. Microscopic analysis of some of these items reveals workmanship that would challenge even modern artisans. The consistency and refinement suggest not only skill but also an understanding of mathematics and proportion that is rarely acknowledged in conventional history. Some artifacts even hint at methods that predate technologies we associate with them. For example, drilling into hard stones such as granite or diorite with smooth, precise holes implies the use of abrasives, rotational tools, or other methods that mainstream archaeologists have struggled to explain. These objects demonstrate that ancient people were not merely surviving, they were inventing, experimenting, and mastering complex techniques. The question becomes even more compelling when we consider the purpose behind these creations. Many of the precise constructions align with astronomical phenomena, religious rituals, or cultural significance. The placement of stones, orientation of temples, and alignment of carvings with celestial bodies indicate that these were not random achievements. They were intentional, carefully planned, and executed with an awareness of the cosmos and the environment. This adds a layer of sophistication that extends beyond engineering into philosophy, cosmology, and perhaps even lost science. Some theorists have proposed that the ability to achieve such precision may have required knowledge that is no longer available to us, knowledge that was transmitted orally, through apprenticeship, or in secretive traditions that vanished over millennia. Others suggest the possibility of forgotten civilizations that possessed advanced techniques and were subsequently erased by natural disasters or societal collapse. What is undeniable is that these ancient works leave behind a trail of questions that refuse to be answered simply. They challenge the linear narrative of progress that dominates historical understanding, forcing us to acknowledge that ancient peoples may have been far more capable than previously thought. The emotional impact of encountering such precision in ancient structures is profound. Standing before a perfectly aligned block or a monument built with such meticulous care, one cannot help but feel a mixture of awe, curiosity, and unease. It is a confrontation with the unknown, a reminder that history is not always a straight line of improvement, but a complex tapestry with threads we are only beginning to recognize. The evidence of ancient precision also prompts reflection on what knowledge humanity may have lost. If such techniques existed in antiquity, how did they vanish? What events, whether natural catastrophes, societal collapse, or human interference, led to the disappearance of methods that allowed for such mastery? This consideration adds a layer of poignancy to the mystery. We are left not only marveling at the skill of our ancestors but also questioning our own understanding and what might have been irretrievably lost. In contemplating ancient precision, one is forced to confront the broader implications. If humans, or civilizations we do not yet fully understand, were capable of such engineering and craftsmanship in the distant past, then the story of human development is incomplete. Our narrative of slow, gradual progress is challenged, and we must entertain the possibility of earlier civilizations with knowledge and abilities that rival or even surpass what we attribute to later periods. Ancient precision, therefore, is not merely a curiosity, it is a doorway into a deeper understanding of our past. It compels us to rethink timelines, question assumptions, and consider that the history we accept may be only a partial view of a far more complex and sophisticated world. Every perfectly cut stone, every meticulously crafted artifact, and every monument aligned with precision serves as a reminder that human potential has long exceeded our expectations, and that the past is filled with mysteries that continue to defy explanation. These structures and artifacts are enduring evidence that history is not a straight, predictable line of progress but a landscape of ingenuity, knowledge, and achievement that is still waiting to be fully understood. They demand attention, study, and imagination, reminding us that the true story of humanity's capabilities may be far greater than we have ever imagined. The discovery of the so-called Baghdad Battery is one of the most intriguing and controversial puzzles in the study of ancient technology. Unearthed in the 1930s near Baghdad, Iraq, this artifact consists of a simple clay jar containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod, carefully nested inside one another. At first glance, it appears almost trivial, a small, unassuming object among countless archaeological finds. But its configuration is unusual enough to have captured the imagination of researchers and enthusiasts alike, sparking debates about the possibility of electricity in antiquity. The jar itself is simple, functional, and clearly handcrafted. The copper cylinder is carefully fitted, and the iron rod, insulated with an asphalt plug, is positioned with precision. When filled with a conductive liquid, such as vinegar or lemon juice, the assembly produces a small electric current. Experiments with replicas have confirmed that it is capable of generating voltage, although modest by modern standards. The question is not whether it could work, it clearly can. The deeper question is why it exists and who would have needed such a device thousands of years ago. The mainstream view has traditionally been skeptical, arguing that the artifact was likely used for mundane purposes, such as storing scrolls or sacred texts. However, the design seems unnecessarily complex for such simple storage, especially given the careful insulation and alignment of metal components. If the battery hypothesis is correct, the implications are profound. It would suggest that the people who created it had an understanding of chemical electricity long before it was formally discovered in the 18th century. This raises the possibility that electricity, or at least the principle of generating it, was explored in antiquity for practical or ritualistic purposes. Some researchers have suggested that the Baghdad battery could have been used for electroplating, a process of coating objects with a thin layer of metal. If true, this would indicate a technological sophistication that has no place in conventional history textbooks. Electroplating requires an understanding of metals, chemical reactions, and precision handling, skills that imply a level of scientific knowledge far beyond what we usually attribute to ancient civilizations. The debate surrounding the battery is not limited to speculation. Several similar artifacts have been found in the region, suggesting that this was not an isolated experiment but potentially a technology used by a culture with practical applications in mind. The mere existence of multiple examples adds weight to the idea that electricity in some form was not unknown to certain ancient peoples. Skeptics continue to argue that the jars were ceremonial or symbolic, meant to hold scrolls or oils rather than generate electricity. Yet the careful separation of metals, the choice of materials, and the apparent awareness of conductive liquids all point toward a practical understanding of electrical principles. Whether it was a rudimentary battery or an object with symbolic significance, its construction cannot be dismissed as coincidental. The notion that ancient peoples might have experimented with electricity challenges our assumptions about the past. It forces us to consider that knowledge we take for granted as modern may have roots extending far deeper into history. If the battery was intended to generate current, what was it used for? Could it have powered simple electroplating processes to decorate objects, coat jewelry, or produce religious icons with metal finishes? If so, this would rewrite our understanding of technological development in the ancient world, suggesting that experimentation with electricity predates recorded history by millennia. The idea of ancient electrical knowledge also raises questions about the spread and preservation of technology. If a culture had discovered a basic form of electricity, how and why did that knowledge vanish? Was it lost due to war, environmental disaster, or a shift in cultural priorities? The disappearance of such understanding is consistent with a recurring theme in forbidden archaeology, the possibility that advanced knowledge existed, was applied, and then vanished, leaving behind only tantalizing traces. Beyond its potential technological applications, the Baghdad battery also provokes philosophical and emotional reactions. Holding a replica in your hands or observing the original in a museum confronts the observer with a dissonance. The object is simple, yet the idea it represents is revolutionary. It asks us to imagine a civilization capable of conceptualizing electricity long before it became a cornerstone of modern science. This forces a reconsideration not only of technological timelines but of the intellectual capabilities of ancient societies. Some proponents of alternative history suggest that such devices could have been used for purposes that modern science has difficulty imagining. Perhaps they were employed in medical treatments, electrotherapy, or ritualized ceremonies that required the generation of energy or sparks. The truth, however, remains elusive. Without textual records explaining its use, we are left to speculate, guided only by the physical evidence and what we know about the capabilities of ancient people. The Baghdad battery is part of a broader pattern of anomalies that challenge our understanding of ancient ingenuity. From precisely cut stone blocks to mysterious metallic artifacts, it is clear that ancient civilizations often possessed knowledge that does not fit neatly into our linear timeline of progress. The battery, in particular, stands out because it bridges the gap between abstract theory and practical application, suggesting an applied science that is rarely acknowledged in mainstream histories. In examining the Baghdad battery, it is important to recognize the broader context of ancient innovation. Civilizations of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus Valley were capable of remarkable achievements: architecture, metallurgy, irrigation, astronomy, and mathematics. The battery, if used for electrical purposes, would fit within this continuum of ingenuity, expanding our understanding of the sophistication these cultures achieved. Yet the implications are still unsettling. If electricity was known, even in rudimentary form, thousands of years ago, then why is it considered a modern discovery? Why did such knowledge not evolve into broader applications, or persist across generations? The gap between ancient experimentation and modern understanding suggests either a catastrophic loss of knowledge or a deliberate suppression of information. Either scenario points to a history far more complex than the conventional narrative allows. Beyond its technological significance, the Baghdad battery also forces reflection on human curiosity and innovation. It is a testament to the enduring drive to explore, experiment, and manipulate the natural world, even in times we assume were primitive. It reminds us that intelligence and ingenuity are not bound by the chronological markers we impose on history, and that human creativity has always sought to extend the limits of what is possible. Studying the Baghdad battery also underscores the importance of remaining open to anomalies and the lessons they can teach. While mainstream science has been cautious, perhaps excessively so, it is through the careful examination of such artifacts that our understanding of human potential deepens. They compel us to expand our assumptions, to question established timelines, and to acknowledge that ancient societies may have been far more capable than we have credited them for. The battery also has a psychological effect. Its simplicity belies the magnitude of the questions it raises, creating a sense of wonder mixed with unease. Observers are drawn into imagining entire systems of knowledge, experimentation, and innovation that have long vanished from the historical record. It forces us to confront the limits of our knowledge and the fragility of human understanding. Ultimately, the Baghdad battery is far more than a jar with metal components. It is a symbol of the mysteries that linger at the edge of archaeology, a challenge to conventional chronology, and an invitation to reconsider what ancient humans were capable of achieving. It raises profound questions about lost knowledge, the continuity of innovation, and the resilience, or fragility, of civilization itself. In contemplating it, we are reminded that history is never as simple as it appears, that the artifacts of the past often contain truths that modern timelines cannot accommodate, and that the curiosity and ingenuity of our ancestors may have been far greater than we have been taught to believe. It stands as both a puzzle and a promise, a puzzle because its purpose and origins remain uncertain, and a promise because it hints at a deeper, more complex, and astonishingly sophisticated history yet to be uncovered. The Piri Reis map is one of the most perplexing artifacts in the history of cartography, and it challenges everything we think we know about ancient exploration. Created in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, it is a fragmentary map that depicts the western coast of Africa, the eastern coast of South America, and intriguingly, hints of the northern coast of Antarctica. The precision of the coastlines, especially given the era in which it was produced, is remarkable. It is not merely a decorative map, it reflects detailed geographical knowledge that seems far beyond the capabilities of early 16th century explorers. What makes this map particularly unsettling is the accuracy of certain features. Coastlines are depicted with an attention to detail that suggests direct observation or reliable secondary sources. Islands, river mouths, and coastal formations are shown with remarkable fidelity. Yet, according to the historical record, many of these regions had not yet been explored or accurately surveyed. The map raises an uncomfortable question: how could such detailed geographic knowledge exist before it should have? Some scholars have suggested that Piri Reis compiled his map from earlier sources, including charts created by explorers unknown to history. He himself claimed to have used about 20 different maps, including charts from Christopher Columbus. But even this explanation raises further mysteries. How could Columbus, who mapped only parts of the Caribbean and South America, have produced data detailed enough to account for what appears on the Piri Reis map? And more provocatively, how could these maps contain accurate depictions of the northern coast of Antarctica, long before its ice cover was known to modern explorers? The map seems to suggest access to knowledge that predates the technologies and expeditions of the Renaissance. Its existence forces a reconsideration of ancient navigation, exploration, and even global connectivity. Could there have been civilizations capable of long-distance exploration far earlier than the historical record allows? The precision of the Piri Reis map also challenges our understanding of mapmaking techniques. The scale is consistent, and the relative positioning of continents is surprisingly accurate. Some researchers argue that the projection methods used indicate an understanding of the Earth's curvature and possibly even an awareness of latitude and longitude concepts that were not formalized until centuries later. Such sophistication implies that the map was not simply a product of guesswork or artistic license. It reflects empirical observation, measurement, and careful compilation. The mystery deepens when considering the depiction of Antarctica. At the time the map was drawn, Antarctica was unknown to Europeans, and it is covered in ice that would obscure any coastline. Yet certain sections of the Piri Reis map correspond closely to features that would have been visible before the continent was completely glaciated. This has led to speculation that the map may have been based on even older sources, possibly preserved from a time when Antarctica was ice-free. If true, this suggests a continuity of geographic knowledge stretching back thousands of years, maintained and transmitted through generations in ways that defy conventional historical understanding. The map's fragmentary condition adds to the intrigue. Only about one-third of the original document survives, leaving many questions unanswered. Scholars and enthusiasts alike have tried to reconstruct the missing sections, attempting to determine the full extent of the knowledge Piri Reis may have possessed. Even in its incomplete form, the surviving portion is astonishing in its accuracy and scope. Its creation hints at a network of knowledge that may have existed across cultures and continents, long before the age of modern exploration. Some researchers have proposed that the map reflects lost civilizations whose understanding of the world was far more advanced than we have been taught. These civilizations, perhaps global in scope, may have had detailed knowledge of coastlines, celestial navigation, and even climatic changes over millennia. The Piri Reis map, in this view, is a remnant of a forgotten era, a window into a world where human curiosity and observation achieved feats that modern historians struggle to explain. Beyond the technical details, the map has a psychological and philosophical impact. It challenges our assumptions about the linear progression of knowledge and the supposed superiority of modern science. If ancient or pre-modern peoples had access to geographic knowledge that rivals our own, what else might they have known? What technologies, discoveries, or understandings have been lost to time? This uncertainty forces us to confront the possibility that our understanding of history is incomplete, selective, or filtered through the biases of those who recorded it. The Piri Reis map is also emblematic of a recurring theme in forbidden archaeology. Evidence that does not fit neatly into the accepted narrative is often ignored, minimized, or rationalized away. Scholars who investigate such anomalies risk criticism, yet the persistence of these mysteries suggests that they cannot be easily dismissed. The map continues to draw attention not only because of what it depicts, but because it raises fundamental questions about human capability, exploration, and knowledge preservation. What methods did Piri Reis use to gather information for his map? How accurate were his sources, and how far back in time did they originate? Could there have been global voyages, ancient surveying techniques, or lost traditions that transmitted knowledge across generations? Every hypothesis points toward a larger, more complex understanding of our past, one in which the achievements of ancient civilizations may have been far greater than the historical record suggests. The Piri Reis map also invites reflection on the fragility of knowledge. The fact that only fragments survive reminds us that entire systems of understanding can be lost over time. Catastrophes, societal collapses, and the impermanence of human records mean that the evidence we rely upon is incomplete. Yet even these fragments carry profound implications, challenging us to reconsider our assumptions and remain open to alternative interpretations. In studying the Piri Reis map, we confront a paradox. It is a human creation, seemingly simple in form, yet its implications stretch across centuries and continents. It is both tangible and enigmatic, an object that can be held in the hand yet whose meaning expands far beyond its physical dimensions. It forces us to bridge the gap between what we know and what we imagine, between recorded history and the hidden currents of knowledge that may have shaped the world. Ultimately, the Piri Reis map is not just a map, it is a key. A key that opens a door to questions about exploration, ancient intelligence, and the possibility of civilizations that achieved far more than we are willing to acknowledge. It challenges the neat narrative of discovery that history offers, suggesting that humans may have understood and traversed the world in ways that predate accepted accounts by centuries or even millennia. As we examine the lines, coastlines, and annotations of the Piri Reis map, we are reminded that the past is rarely straightforward. It is a complex tapestry, interwoven with achievements, lost knowledge, and mysteries that resist explanation. The map compels us to look beyond conventional history, to question what we have been taught, and to remain open to the possibility that the story of human exploration and understanding is far richer, stranger, and more profound than we can easily imagine. In contemplating it, we are confronted with both awe and unease, the awe of realizing the sophistication our ancestors may have achieved, and the unease of understanding how much knowledge has been lost or hidden over time. The Piri Reis map endures as both a puzzle and a testament, a reminder that human curiosity has always sought to chart the unknown, and that the boundaries of our knowledge may be far more porous than we have been led to believe. Long before modern explorers set foot on the icy expanses of Antarctica, fragments of ancient maps suggested knowledge of its coastline and terrain, frozen under layers of ice that were thought to be impenetrable until the 20th century. The very notion is staggering. Civilizations that existed centuries, even millennia before the supposed discovery of Antarctica may have charted its coasts with surprising accuracy. Among the most famous of these maps are the Piri-Reis map of 1513 and the Orontius-Phineas map of 1531, which depict landmasses that correspond strikingly to the northern coastline of Antarctica, long before it was officially known to the modern world. These depictions are not mere speculation or vague shapes, they reflect contours, bays, and inlets remarkably consistent with satellite surveys and modern geographic data. How could such detailed information exist at a time when the continent was entirely unexplored and concealed beneath ice sheets? One possibility is that the maps preserve knowledge passed down from a much earlier era, perhaps when Antarctica was ice-free and inhabited by humans or advanced civilizations. Geological evidence suggests that the continent's climate was indeed warmer thousands of years ago, with forests, rivers, and an ecosystem capable of sustaining life. If this were true, then the cartographers of the Renaissance may have inherited knowledge from charts, maps, or oral traditions created in an age long forgotten, preserving a memory of a world lost to glaciation and time. The implications of these maps are profound. They challenge the accepted narrative of exploration and geography, suggesting that humans may have observed, mapped, or even traveled to regions considered inaccessible according to conventional history. Furthermore, they raise questions about the continuity of knowledge. How was this information preserved across millennia, through the fall of civilizations, and transmitted to Renaissance mapmakers who lived thousands of years later? Scholars who examine these maps often struggle with the accuracy of the representations. In the case of the Piri-Reis map, certain Antarctic coastlines are depicted with striking precision, including the shape of the land and the orientation of natural features. When compared with modern topographical and satellite data, the correlation is uncanny. The lines, angles, and proportions are so accurate that some researchers suggest the use of aerial or observational surveying techniques, methods that were supposedly impossible in the era of their creation. The Orontius-Phineas map, produced just a few decades later, presents a similarly detailed portrayal of the southern continent. Like Piri-Reis, Orontius may have relied on older sources, compiling and refining data inherited from lost civilizations or forgotten explorers. The consistency between these maps strengthens the argument that the knowledge they contain was not speculative, artistic, or invented, but derived from empirical observation or reliable transmission. Yet mainstream historians and geographers have long struggled to reconcile these maps with the accepted timeline of exploration. Antarctica was officially sighted in the early 19th century, with the first confirmed landing taking place decades later. The idea that Europeans could have mapped its coastline centuries earlier defies conventional explanation. Even more confounding is the accuracy with which features are depicted beneath the ice. Some topographical lines correspond to mountains, valleys, and subglacial formations that were unknown until the advent of modern surveying technology. The precision of these representations raises uncomfortable questions. Did ancient civilizations possess methods of observation or surveying that have been lost? Were there advanced seafaring cultures capable of reaching remote southern oceans long before history credits them with global navigation? If so, why has this knowledge vanished, leaving only cryptic maps as remnants of a sophisticated understanding of the world? One theory posits that survivors of a lost civilization, perhaps from the Ice Age or an earlier advanced culture, transmitted their geographic knowledge orally or through maps that survived centuries of upheaval. Catastrophic events, climate shifts, and the rise and fall of empires could have erased most traces, leaving only fragments encoded in documents such as the Piri-Reis and Orontius-Phineas maps. These fragments, carefully studied by Renaissance cartographers, became the foundation for maps that seem inexplicably advanced for their time. Others speculate that the maps themselves may contain encoded knowledge, symbols, proportions, or alignments intended to convey information only understandable to those with specific training or understanding. In this view, the maps are not simply geographical tools, but repositories of a lost scientific tradition, a bridge between ancient observation and the more systematic cartography of later centuries. The psychological impact of contemplating ice-free maps of Antarctica is immense. It challenges the very foundation of human exploration, forcing us to question what our ancestors were capable of and how much knowledge has been irretrievably lost. Standing before such maps, one cannot help but imagine civilizations with maritime expertise, observational skills, and scientific understanding that rival or even exceed what is conventionally attributed to the past. The emotional response is a mixture of awe, disbelief, and a growing curiosity that pulls the observer into a broader narrative of hidden history. Beyond the maps themselves, there are additional pieces of evidence that hint at the possibility of a warmer, inhabited Antarctica. Geological surveys reveal ancient riverbeds, fossilized flora, and evidence of past climates that could have supported human or pre-human activity. Ice cores show dramatic shifts in climate over tens of thousands of years, indicating periods when the continent was more hospitable. If these conditions coincided with advanced civilizations elsewhere, it is conceivable that knowledge of Antarctica's geography could have been obtained and preserved, even after the land was rendered uninhabitable by glaciation. Critics often dismiss these ideas as fanciful, arguing that coincidences, misinterpretations, or retroactive mapping account for the apparent accuracy. Yet the accumulation of evidence, the consistency across multiple maps, the correlation with modern geography, and the presence of supporting geological data, makes a compelling case for reconsideration. The challenge is not merely technical but conceptual. Accepting that ancient people may have charted Antarctica requires a radical expansion of our understanding of exploration, navigation, and human ingenuity. It implies that our conventional historical timeline is incomplete, selective, or filtered in ways that obscure the full scope of ancient capabilities. Ice-free maps of Antarctica also provoke reflection on the fragility of knowledge. The continent, hidden beneath ice for millennia, represents a lost chapter in Earth's history. Similarly, human understanding can vanish, leaving only hints preserved in manuscripts, artifacts, and oral traditions. The Piri Reis and Orontius Phineas maps are more than cartographic oddities, they are the surviving whispers of a world that no longer exists, reminders that what we consider discovered may in fact be rediscovered knowledge. In contemplating these maps, one is forced to confront a fundamental question: how much of the past have we truly lost, and how much remains hidden, encoded, or obscured by the passage of time? They compel a reconsideration of exploration, suggesting that the human story may be far richer and stranger than conventional history allows. Every line and curve on these ancient maps carries the weight of unanswered questions. They hint at voyages across oceans, sophisticated observation techniques, and civilizations that may have existed in eras long erased from collective memory. They challenge the assumption that discovery is linear and cumulative, showing that knowledge can appear, vanish, and re-emerge in unexpected forms. Ultimately, the ice-free maps of Antarctica are a testament to the resilience and ingenuity of human observation and recording. They remind us that the past is far from fully known and that every anomaly, every fragment, has the potential to rewrite our understanding of history. They force us to see that the boundaries of exploration are not fixed by what has been officially documented but are defined by what we dare to question, study, and imagine. In studying them, we are invited to step beyond the accepted narrative and consider a world in which ancient humans, or civilizations long forgotten, possessed knowledge of the most remote corners of the earth. The maps are not merely objects on parchment, they are doorways into a reality that defies conventional timelines, a bridge to a lost world, and a call to expand our imagination, curiosity, and understanding of what humanity has truly accomplished. The Great Pyramids of Giza have long fascinated scholars, tourists, and conspiracy theorists alike, standing as silent sentinels on the desert plateau, their massive limestone blocks weathered by millennia yet still perfectly aligned with astonishing precision. What makes these monuments particularly compelling is not simply their scale, but their orientation to the cosmos. From the smallest detail of the pyramid's base to the placement of the chambers within, the structures suggest an intimate understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and geometry that continues to baffle experts today. The alignment of the pyramids is precise to an extraordinary degree. The sides of the Great Pyramid are oriented almost perfectly to the cardinal points, north, south, east, and west, with deviations of mere minutes of a degree. Achieving such accuracy without modern instruments is a challenge even for contemporary engineers, let alone for a civilization allegedly equipped with only rudimentary tools. Various theories have been proposed to explain this, from the use of shadow and sundial techniques to more speculative suggestions involving advanced surveying methods that are no longer understood. Beyond the cardinal orientation, the pyramids also align with specific stars and constellations. The so-called Orion correlation theory proposes that the three major pyramids at Giza mirror the position of the three stars in Orion's belt, which were associated in Egyptian mythology with Osiris, the god of rebirth. This alignment is not merely symbolic, it required careful observation, knowledge of celestial cycles, and the ability to translate those observations into architectural design on a massive scale. The accuracy of the correlation, along with the precision of construction, suggests that the ancient Egyptians had an understanding of the heavens that rivals or surpasses what is often attributed to later civilizations. The internal layout of the pyramids adds another layer of complexity. Chambers, corridors, and shafts appear designed with purpose, some pointing directly toward specific stars or constellations. For instance, the so-called air shafts of the Great Pyramid, which lead from the king's and queen's chambers to the exterior, align with stars such as Sirius and Orion. Whether these were intended for ventilation, symbolic purposes, or as a part of a ritualistic or astronomical function remains debated, but the astronomical precision is undeniable. This interplay between architecture and astronomy challenges conventional narratives about the technological capabilities of the builders. How did they measure angles and distances so accurately? How did they account for the curvature of the Earth, seasonal shifts, and stellar precession over centuries? These are questions that continue to puzzle archaeologists, engineers, and astronomers alike. The mathematical sophistication embedded in the pyramids is equally remarkable. The ratios used in the construction, from the base to the apex, approximate the golden ratio, a proportion that appears frequently in nature and has been celebrated in modern architecture for its aesthetic and structural properties. Whether this was intentional or coincidental remains a matter of debate, but the level of precision required suggests careful planning, meticulous measurement, and advanced understanding of proportion. Furthermore, the choice and transport of materials speak to an organizational and logistical intelligence that is extraordinary. The limestone blocks, some weighing tens of tons, were quarried, shaped, and moved over considerable distances, yet fit together with remarkable accuracy. How the ancient Egyptians accomplished this feat without modern machinery continues to inspire speculation. Various theories propose the use of ramps, levers, and rolling methods, but none fully account for the precision, efficiency, and scale achieved. Beyond the technical marvels, the Great Pyramids serve as a repository of symbolic knowledge. Their alignment with celestial bodies may reflect a sophisticated cosmology, linking the physical world to spiritual beliefs, the cycles of life and death, and the eternal journey of the soul. The integration of astronomical observation, precise construction, and symbolic meaning suggests a culture deeply attuned to the universe, one in which architecture served both practical and transcendent purposes. Some researchers have gone further, proposing that the knowledge required to build the pyramids, align them to the stars, and incorporate mathematical constants may have been inherited from earlier civilizations. Evidence from other megalithic sites around the world hints at a continuity of advanced knowledge, suggesting that the Egyptians were part of a larger tradition of astronomical and architectural expertise. The cultural and historical implications of such alignment are profound. If ancient peoples could observe, record, and integrate cosmic patterns into monumental architecture, it implies a level of sophistication, continuity, and understanding that mainstream narratives often underestimate. The pyramids are not isolated achievements, they are part of a global puzzle that points toward advanced observation, precise engineering, and symbolic intention that transcends what is commonly taught in history books. Emotional responses to the pyramids often mirror the complexity of their design. Standing before these colossal structures, one is struck not just by their size, but by the realization that they embody knowledge and effort that would challenge even today's engineers. There is awe at the physical accomplishment, wonder at the astronomical correlations, and a creeping unease at the possibility that much of this knowledge has been lost, obscured, or deliberately hidden over time. This combination of technical achievement and cosmic alignment continues to inspire speculation. Could the ancient Egyptians have had access to advanced instruments, mathematical knowledge, or observational techniques that have vanished from the historical record? Were the pyramids constructed purely through human ingenuity, or was their knowledge inherited from previous, forgotten civilizations? Some theorists suggest that the precision of the pyramids, combined with their astronomical orientation, indicates that ancient societies may have possessed scientific understanding far beyond what conventional timelines allow. These ideas are bolstered by the fact that other megalithic sites worldwide display similar patterns of alignment and mathematical sophistication. From Stonehenge to the temples of South America, there is a recurring theme of celestial correlation and precision construction. This global pattern suggests that advanced knowledge was not confined to one isolated culture but may have been part of a broader human understanding that has mostly vanished. The study of the pyramids also emphasizes the importance of interdisciplinary investigation. Archaeologists, astronomers, mathematicians, and engineers all contribute to unraveling the mysteries embedded in these structures. Each perspective provides new insights, from the tools used to cut and transport stone to the mathematical ratios and celestial alignments encoded in the design. The pyramids challenge researchers to integrate evidence across disciplines, highlighting the sophistication and interconnectedness of ancient knowledge. Ultimately, the Great Pyramids of Giza are more than tombs or monuments, they are statements of intelligence, observation, and cosmic understanding. They remind us that ancient civilizations were capable of feats that challenge our assumptions about human capability, technology, and the integration of science and spirituality. Their alignment with the stars, precise construction, and mathematical complexity serve as a bridge between the known and the mysterious, connecting us with a past that is far more advanced than conventional history often acknowledges. In contemplating the pyramids, one cannot help but feel the weight of time and human achievement. They compel us to reconsider not only how our ancestors built but also what they understood about the cosmos, mathematics, and the relationship between humanity and the universe. The Great Pyramids stand as enduring symbols of human potential, a testament to ingenuity lost, rediscovered, and still only partially understood, inviting us to imagine a past in which knowledge, skill, and cosmic awareness were far more integrated and profound than we have been taught to believe. Stonehenge, perched atop the windswept plains of Salisbury in southern England, is one of the most enigmatic monuments in human history. Unlike the pyramids, which dominate the horizon with sheer verticality, Stonehenge rises from the earth in a deliberate, horizontal arrangement of massive stones, each carefully placed to form concentric circles and horseshoe shapes. From afar, it appears simple, just a circle of upright stones, but as one draws closer, the complexity, precision, and mystery of the site become overwhelming. Each stone is immense, some weighing over 20 tons, yet they were transported from distances exceeding 100 miles in some cases. The very logistics of moving, erecting, and aligning these monoliths pose a puzzle that defies conventional understanding of Neolithic technology. Archaeologists and engineers have long marveled at the effort required to quarry these stones, transport them over uneven terrain, and raise them into upright positions without modern machinery. Methods have been proposed, levers, sledges, and rudimentary wooden tracks, but none fully explain the combination of precision, scale, and coordination evident at Stonehenge. Yet, the mystery deepens when one examines the alignment of the stones. Stonehenge is not merely a random arrangement, it is astronomically precise. The monument aligns with the sunrise on the summer solstice and the sunset on the winter solstice. This alignment would have required careful observation over generations, meticulous planning, and the ability to translate astronomical knowledge into architectural execution. The builders understood the solar cycles and used the stones to mark significant times of the year, integrating observation, ritual, and construction into a single monumental statement. Beyond solar alignments, there are also lunar connections. Certain stones, termed the station stones, are believed to align with the movements of the moon, particularly the moon's major and minor standstills. Such precision indicates that the Neolithic people who constructed Stonehenge were keen observers of celestial phenomena, capable of tracking cycles that span decades. This understanding of astronomy challenges conventional assumptions about the knowledge and sophistication of prehistoric societies. Some theorists argue that Stonehenge functioned as an astronomical observatory, a calendar, or a tool for predicting eclipses. If this is accurate, then the monument represents not only a feat of construction but also a sophisticated scientific instrument, bridging the realms of ritual, observation, and practical application. The careful placement of the stones further suggests an advanced understanding of geometry. The circular arrangement, the spacing between monoliths, and the incorporation of specific angles all indicate that the builders employed mathematical principles to achieve symmetry, balance, and functionality. Whether through trial and error, inherited knowledge, or lost techniques, the precision achieved is extraordinary, especially considering the lack of written records or sophisticated measuring tools. The purpose of Stonehenge has been debated for centuries, and while no definitive answer exists, the site clearly held immense cultural, spiritual, and practical significance. Evidence from surrounding burial mounds and artifacts indicates that Stonehenge was part of a larger ceremonial landscape, encompassing rituals, feasts, and social gatherings. The integration of monumental architecture with social and religious activity highlights the depth of organization and planning required to sustain such an endeavor over centuries. One of the most perplexing aspects of Stonehenge is the origin of its stones. The smaller sarsens come from the Marlborough Downs, just 20 miles away, but the massive bluestones originate from the Preseli Hills in Wales, more than 140 miles distant. How Neolithic people transported these stones remains a mystery. Some theories propose the use of waterways, sledges, and rollers, but the feat is remarkable even with modern equipment. The precision with which these stones were positioned at Stonehenge further emphasizes the skill, planning, and determination of its builders. In addition to astronomical and logistical marvels, the site also presents anomalies that challenge conventional archaeological narratives. Certain stones exhibit chisel marks or working techniques that suggest knowledge of lithic engineering far beyond what is usually attributed to Neolithic societies. The construction of lintels and mortise and tenon joints implies an understanding of mechanical principles, balance, and structural integrity that is astonishing for a culture without metal tools. The psychological and emotional impact of standing among these monoliths cannot be overstated. There is a palpable sense of awe, wonder, and even disorientation when one contemplates the effort, intention, and knowledge that went into the site. Stonehenge connects us to our distant ancestors in a visceral way, forcing us to imagine the generations of people who observed the skies, quarried the stones, and carefully erected a structure that continues to baffle and inspire today. Furthermore, Stonehenge is part of a larger global pattern of megalithic architecture. Sites in Malta, Sardinia, South America, and Asia display similar principles of astronomical alignment, massive stone construction, and precise geometric organization. This suggests that the knowledge embodied in Stonehenge may not have been an isolated development but part of a broader, perhaps shared, human understanding of architecture, astronomy, and ritual. The integration of celestial observation, ritual significance, and monumental architecture at Stonehenge challenges the linear, simplistic view of prehistoric society as primitive or unsophisticated. Instead, it points toward a culture capable of long-term planning, interdisciplinary knowledge, and symbolic expression on a scale that continues to inspire modern scholarship. Moreover, the alignment of Stonehenge with celestial bodies underscores the profound human desire to understand, mark, and interact with the cosmos. The site reflects an awareness of time, cycles, and natural phenomena, suggesting that Neolithic peoples not only observed the sky but sought to integrate that knowledge into their cultural and spiritual life. This is a form of intelligence and sophistication that resonates across millennia, reminding us that the search for meaning and understanding is as old as humanity itself. In contemplating Stonehenge, one is confronted with both the enormity of human effort and the depth of intellectual achievement. The precision, astronomical alignment, and engineering feats encoded in the monument demand recognition of capabilities that challenge mainstream assumptions about prehistoric societies. They invite us to reconsider the boundaries of human knowledge, creativity, and ingenuity, demonstrating that our ancestors were far more advanced than conventional narratives allow. Ultimately, Stonehenge stands as a testament to human curiosity, observation, and ingenuity. It is not merely a collection of stones but a manifestation of intellect, culture, and cosmic awareness. Its mysteries endure because they are multifaceted, encompassing engineering, astronomy, mathematics, ritual, and social organization. Stonehenge continues to draw us into a dialogue with the past, urging us to explore, question, and imagine the sophistication of those who came long before us, and to recognize that the story of human capability is far more complex, remarkable, and mysterious than we often acknowledge. The Nazca lines, etched into the arid plains of southern Peru, are among the most enigmatic and visually striking creations of ancient humanity. Stretching across hundreds of square miles, these massive geoglyphs depict animals, plants, human figures, and intricate geometric shapes, some of them hundreds of meters long. From the ground, the lines appear as simple grooves in the desert, but when viewed from the air, they reveal astonishing patterns and designs that have puzzled archaeologists, historians, and explorers for decades. The precision and scale of these geoglyphs are mind-boggling, especially considering they were created between 500 BCE and 500 CE, long before the advent of modern aerial surveying or sophisticated mapping techniques. Scholars continue to debate how the Nazca people, with their rudimentary tools and lack of aerial perspective, could have achieved such accuracy. One prevalent theory suggests that the creators used a system of stakes, ropes, and grids to scale designs from smaller templates to the vast desert floor. However, even with such a method, the alignment and symmetry of many geoglyphs remain difficult to explain. Some of the most famous images include a hummingbird, a spider, a monkey, and a condor. These figures are not only enormous, with wingspans and lengths that exceed several hundred meters, but they are also depicted with remarkable proportion and detail. For example, the monkey geoglyph features a spiral tail that is mathematically precise, and the hummingbird's beak and wings are aligned perfectly to capture a sense of motion and life. The level of planning and execution required suggests that the Nazca people had a sophisticated understanding of geometry and spatial awareness, as well as the organizational capability to coordinate large-scale projects over extended periods. But the mysteries of the Nazca lines extend beyond their size and precision. Many of the geoglyphs are aligned with astronomical phenomena, suggesting that they may have functioned as a celestial calendar or ceremonial observatory. Certain lines point to the solstices, marking the sun's rising and setting positions during critical seasonal transitions. Others appear to correspond with the positions of key stars and constellations, hinting at an advanced understanding of celestial mechanics. This alignment raises fascinating questions. Were the lines purely symbolic, serving religious or cultural purposes, or did they also have practical functions related to agriculture, navigation, or timekeeping? Theories abound, but none fully explain the scope, intent, or methodology behind the creation of the lines. Some researchers propose that the geoglyphs were meant to be seen by deities from the sky, an offering or communication to higher powers. This theory aligns with the spiritual and ritualistic life of the Nazca culture, which placed great emphasis on water, fertility, and cosmic harmony. If true, the lines represent a profound intersection of art, religion, and astronomical observation, a tangible expression of a society's worldview etched into the desert for eternity. Others have suggested more speculative explanations, including the idea that the lines were a form of symbolic mapping, marking underground water sources or trade routes. Given the extreme aridity of the Nazca region, knowledge of water availability would have been vital, and creating visible markers across the desert could have been a sophisticated method of resource management. These utilitarian theories, while grounded in practical necessity, do not diminish the astonishing precision and artistic ambition of the geoglyphs. The creation of the Nazca lines also speaks to the remarkable endurance and patience of the people who made them. Constructed by removing the reddish-brown iron oxide-coated pebbles that cover the desert surface to reveal the lighter-colored earth beneath, the geoglyphs have survived for over 1,000 years in a harsh environment. The desert's dryness, combined with minimal wind and precipitation, has preserved the lines almost perfectly. This preservation allows modern researchers to study the geoglyphs in their full complexity, yet the questions surrounding their purpose remain unresolved. Technological studies have provided additional insights, revealing that the Nazca people were not only capable of large-scale design but also understood the materials they worked with. They carefully selected the desert surface and stone materials to ensure contrast and durability, demonstrating a sophisticated awareness of environmental factors. This knowledge, combined with the mathematical and astronomical precision evident in the lines, suggests a culture that integrated observation, experimentation, and planning into their creative and functional processes. The sheer scale of the Nazca lines also presents logistical mysteries. Coordinating the construction of geoglyphs that span hundreds of meters would have required not only an understanding of geometry but also effective communication and collaboration across large groups of workers. Maintaining proportionality over such distances without aerial guidance implies an innovative approach to scaling, measurement, and layout. This challenges the assumption that ancient societies were technologically limited, instead portraying a civilization capable of complex project management and long-term vision. Furthermore, the Nazca lines invite reflection on the symbolic and cultural worldview of the people who created them. Many figures depicted, birds, monkeys, spiders, have connections to local mythology, spiritual beliefs, and ecological knowledge. Their representation in such a monumental, permanent medium suggests reverence, ritual significance, or an attempt to communicate enduring truths across generations. In this sense, the lines are not just art or architecture, they are a form of communication, bridging time, culture, and the human desire to leave a lasting mark on the world. The emotional and psychological impact of the Nazca lines is profound. Viewed from the air, they inspire awe and curiosity, forcing us to confront the capabilities, intelligence, and creativity of a civilization that existed more than a millennium ago. The precision, scale, and potential purpose of these geoglyphs challenge conventional narratives of technological and artistic development, prompting us to reconsider the boundaries of what ancient societies were capable of achieving. They are a testament to human ingenuity, patience, and vision, demonstrating that complex planning, astronomical observation, and artistic expression were not modern inventions but qualities inherent to human culture across time. The Nazca lines also raise questions about the continuity and loss of knowledge. How did the understanding necessary to create such precise geoglyphs develop, and why did this capability not persist in subsequent generations? Were these techniques part of a broader, now lost tradition of large-scale design and astronomical observation? The enduring mystery of the lines suggests that ancient human ingenuity was not linear or uniform but marked by periods of extraordinary insight that could emerge, flourish, and disappear over time. Ultimately, the Nazca lines are more than desert markings, they are a window into the mind of a civilization deeply connected to the land, the cosmos, and the human capacity for expression. They compel us to question the limits of our assumptions about the past and to acknowledge the extraordinary abilities of those who came long before us. In contemplating these geoglyphs, we are reminded that the ancient world holds countless mysteries, that knowledge can be vast and sophisticated even in the absence of written records, and that humanity's creative potential has always been far greater than we often give it credit for. The Saqqara Jed pillar, an ancient Egyptian artifact carved from a single block of granite, has captivated historians, engineers, and archaeologists for decades due to the mystery surrounding its purpose and the technical skill required to create it. Standing over 23 feet tall, this monumental pillar is intricately carved with a series of horizontal ridges that run its entire length, giving it the appearance of a backbone or ladder-like structure. The craftsmanship is astonishing, the stone is smooth, perfectly symmetrical, and remarkably polished, and the grooves are uniform, indicating an advanced understanding of geometry, measurement, and tool use. For centuries, the Jed pillar has been interpreted primarily as a symbolic object associated with Osiris, the Egyptian god of death, resurrection, and stability. In Egyptian mythology, the Jed represents strength, stability, and the enduring power of the pharaoh, often incorporated into rituals, tombs, and temple complexes. Its symbolic significance is profound, but the more we examine the pillar, the more questions arise about the technical methods used to create it and the knowledge that must have existed to achieve such perfection. Granite is one of the hardest stones found in Egypt, second only to quartz in hardness. Cutting, shaping, and polishing such a massive block with precision, using only the tools available during the 3rd millennium BCE, presents an engineering challenge that continues to puzzle modern experts. Some scholars argue that copper tools, the standard of the era, would have been insufficient to produce the uniform grooves and flawless finish observed on the pillar. Experimental archaeology has attempted to replicate the pillar using copper and stone tools, but results consistently fall short of the quality seen on the original artifact. The uniformity of the ridges, their straightness, and the lack of tool marks all suggest techniques that exceed our conventional understanding of ancient stoneworking technology. Beyond the technical craftsmanship, the Djed pillar's presence in Saqqara, the necropolis of the ancient Egyptian capital Memphis, adds another layer of intrigue. Saqqara is a site renowned for its architectural innovation, including the step pyramid of Djoser, and the Djed pillar is part of this complex tapestry of monumental achievement. Its placement, orientation, and alignment with other structures suggest it may have served not only a symbolic or ritual function but also a practical or ceremonial purpose connected to the energy, stability, and cosmology of the site. Some researchers have proposed that the Djed pillar functioned as more than a symbolic artifact. The precise measurements, proportions, and material properties hint at possible applications in lost engineering or energy-related technologies. There are theories suggesting that the pillar may have been used as a kind of resonant device, capable of amplifying vibrations or energy within the surrounding space. These ideas, while controversial, are inspired by the precise geometric ratios and the choice of granite, which has unique acoustic and piezoelectric properties. Granite can conduct vibrations and respond to mechanical stress, leading some to speculate that the Djed may have been part of a sophisticated system of energy manipulation or ritualized resonance. Supporting this hypothesis, ancient Egyptian texts occasionally reference the use of ritual objects in ways that suggest they were more than purely symbolic, hinting at knowledge of natural forces, vibration, and energy transfer that has been lost over time. Even without accepting these more speculative interpretations, it is undeniable that the Djed pillar represents a level of craftsmanship, planning, and mathematical understanding that is extraordinary for its time. The symmetry, proportionality, and precision indicate that the builders had not only technical skill but also the ability to visualize complex structures in 3 dimensions and execute them with near-perfect accuracy. The creation of the pillar would have required careful quarrying, transport, carving, and placement, demanding logistical coordination, engineering foresight, and knowledge of material properties. The process likely involved multiple artisans, each contributing specialized expertise, under the supervision of master planners who ensured the final product achieved both aesthetic and functional goals. The emotional and psychological impact of standing before the Djed pillar is profound. It conveys a sense of permanence, resilience, and mastery over material that resonates across millennia. Visitors are struck not only by its size and scale but also by the subtle perfection of its details. The grooves, the polish, and the flawless proportions create an almost hypnotic effect, compelling the observer to contemplate the knowledge, effort, and vision of the people who made it. This combination of technical mastery and symbolic depth is a hallmark of ancient Egyptian culture. The Djed pillar also connects to a broader pattern of unexplained engineering and craftsmanship found throughout Egypt and other ancient civilizations. From precisely cut megaliths at Giza to intricately carved obelisks and temples, there is a recurring theme of advanced understanding of stone properties, geometry, and construction techniques. The Djed pillar, in this context, is both unique and representative, a single artifact that encapsulates the broader capabilities of a civilization often underestimated by conventional history. Beyond its physical and symbolic dimensions, the Djed pillar encourages reflection on the transmission and loss of knowledge. How did the ancient Egyptians acquire the skills to shape granite with such precision? Were these techniques passed down orally, through apprenticeship, or through written instructions now lost? Did earlier civilizations provide foundational knowledge that the Egyptians inherited, or was this an isolated achievement within their culture? These questions remain unanswered, emphasizing the gaps in our understanding of technological continuity in the ancient world. The Djed pillar, like many enigmatic artifacts, challenges the linear narrative of human progress. It demonstrates that advanced craftsmanship, engineering, and possibly even understanding of physical forces existed far earlier than mainstream historical timelines often acknowledge. Whether the pillar served purely symbolic purposes, ritualistic functions, or as part of a lost engineering system, its creation demanded intellectual, technical, and organizational skills that rival modern capabilities in certain respects. Ultimately, the Saqqara Jed pillar is a testament to human ingenuity, vision, and the enduring desire to impose order, symbolism, and meaning upon the world. It embodies the fusion of art, science, religion, and engineering, illustrating that ancient societies were capable of feats that challenge our understanding of history. Observing the Jed pillar, one cannot help but feel awe at the combination of precision, planning, and spiritual intent, and a sense of wonder at the mysteries of lost knowledge it represents. It serves as a reminder that the past is filled with artifacts and monuments whose secrets remain only partially understood, inviting scholars and enthusiasts alike to reconsider the capacities of our ancestors and the depth of knowledge that has been hidden, forgotten, or lost over millennia. The Antikythera mechanism, often described as the world's first analog computer, is a small, corroded, bronze artifact recovered from a shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera in 1901. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than a mass of corroded metal, a relic of little significance amid the treasure trove of ancient artifacts salvaged from the wreck. However, careful examination revealed a complex arrangement of interlocking gears, dials, and inscriptions that astonished scholars and engineers alike. The mechanism is designed to calculate and predict astronomical positions and eclipses for calendrical and possibly astrological purposes, demonstrating a level of technological sophistication previously thought impossible for a culture over 2,000 years ago. Modern analysis has revealed that the device contained at least 30 gears, some with teeth as small as 1 mm, arranged in a precision system capable of accurately modeling the motions of the Sun, Moon, and even the irregular orbit of the Moon, known as the lunar anomaly. The mechanical complexity is staggering. It suggests that the ancient Greeks who designed it had a deep understanding of astronomical cycles, mathematical relationships, and mechanical engineering principles that would not be rediscovered in Europe until the development of intricate clockwork in the Renaissance. The inscriptions on the device provide further evidence of its sophistication, containing instructions, labels, and numerical sequences that allow the user to interpret the machine's functions and outputs. These inscriptions reveal that the mechanism could predict solar and lunar eclipses, track the phases of the Moon, and even incorporate the cycles of the planets known at the time, although some planetary calculations may have been theoretical or symbolic. The Antikythera mechanism challenges conventional timelines of technological development. For centuries, historians believed that such mechanical ingenuity was beyond the capability of ancient civilizations. Bronze Age societies were assumed to have mastered basic metallurgy and simple tools, but the precision gearwork of this device indicates knowledge of materials, mathematics, and manufacturing techniques that rivaled, and in some respects exceeded, what would be achieved in Europe more than a millennium later. Experiments with replicas of the mechanism have confirmed that it works as described, accurately modeling astronomical cycles and eclipse predictions. The replication process itself highlights the extraordinary skill of the original creators, as the precision required to manufacture the gears, align the shafts, and calibrate the device is immense. Such craftsmanship implies highly developed workshops, trained artisans, and a culture that valued the practical and intellectual applications of astronomical knowledge. The purpose of the Antikythera mechanism may have extended beyond mere calculation. Its creation reflects the cultural, philosophical, and religious importance of astronomy in the ancient Greek world. Observing the heavens was central to understanding time, seasons, and agricultural cycles, and it played a role in divination, ritual, and governance. A device capable of predicting celestial events would have been both a scientific tool and a symbol of knowledge and power, demonstrating mastery over the cosmos. The very existence of the mechanism raises profound questions about the continuity of technological knowledge. If the ancient Greeks could produce such a device, why did this technology disappear for centuries? The Antikythera mechanism appears to be unique in the historical record, and there is little evidence of similar machines in the archaeological record. This suggests either that the device was an isolated invention or that comparable technology existed but was lost due to war, social upheaval, or the decline of knowledge transmission systems. The loss of such knowledge resonates with a recurring theme in forbidden archaeology, advanced understanding appearing and disappearing in ways that disrupt the linear narrative of human progress. The Antikythera mechanism also invites reflection on the intellectual environment of the ancient world. Its creators had to understand not only the patterns of celestial motion but also the mechanical translation of abstract mathematical relationships into physical gear ratios. This combination of theoretical astronomy and practical engineering demonstrates an interdisciplinary intelligence that is strikingly modern in its approach. Unlike many ancient artifacts, which serve ritualistic, decorative, or symbolic purposes, the mechanism was entirely functional. Its survival provides tangible evidence of ancient scientific capability, challenging assumptions about the technological limitations of antiquity and prompting us to reconsider what other forms of knowledge may have existed, only to vanish from the historical record. The emotional impact of studying the Antikythera mechanism is considerable. Scholars often describe a sense of awe mixed with disbelief when confronting a device that bridges the gap between antiquity and modern engineering. Handling replicas or observing detailed reconstructions evokes wonder at the ingenuity, skill, and understanding of a civilization that we tend to underestimate. The mechanism forces us to imagine the workshops where gears were cut, fitted, and tested, the intellectual debates about astronomical theory, and the cultural milieu that valued such precise, functional craftsmanship. The discovery also challenges the way we define technological progress. It underscores the idea that innovation is not always linear and that knowledge can flourish, disappear, and re-emerge across centuries. The sophistication of the Antikythera mechanism suggests that ancient civilizations may have achieved technological heights that rival or surpass our assumptions, only to have that knowledge lost through accident, neglect, or social disruption. Beyond its technical and historical significance, the mechanism is a symbol of human curiosity and the relentless pursuit of understanding. It embodies a desire to predict, comprehend, and master the natural world, reflecting universal themes that resonate across cultures and eras. The Antikythera mechanism, small and unassuming at first glance, represents the ingenuity, observational skill, and mechanical sophistication of a civilization often underestimated in traditional histories. It compels us to expand our view of what is possible in the ancient world, suggesting that knowledge and innovation have long existed in forms we are only beginning to appreciate. In contemplating this ancient computational marvel, one is forced to confront the fragility of knowledge, the sophistication of human intellect across time, and the mysteries that remain hidden in the shadows of history. The Antikythera mechanism is more than a machine, it is a testament to the genius of humanity, a bridge across millennia, and a reminder that the boundaries of ancient understanding are far broader and deeper than most conventional narratives allow. The Saqqara tombs, sprawling beneath the sands of Egypt's vast necropolis, have long been regarded as repositories of ancient knowledge, artistry, and mystery. Located just south of the ancient city of Memphis, Saqqara is a complex network of burial grounds, temples, and subterranean chambers that span thousands of years of Egyptian civilization. While many tombs serve as final resting places for pharaohs, nobles, and priests, the deeper, less explored recesses of Saqqara hint at a hidden world of esoteric knowledge, architectural sophistication, and symbolic significance that continues to intrigue archaeologists and historians alike. Among these underground chambers are cryptic inscriptions, elaborate hieroglyphics, and artifacts that suggest not merely funerary purposes, but also advanced understanding of cosmology, mathematics, and the natural world. The sophistication of these designs raises fundamental questions about the capabilities of the civilization that constructed them. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Saqqara tombs is the precision with which they were constructed. Massive stone blocks, some weighing several tons, were meticulously cut, transported, and assembled in ways that continue to challenge modern engineering. The internal passageways, often descending hundreds of feet below the surface, are perfectly aligned with cardinal points and, in some cases, with specific stars or celestial events. This alignment indicates that the builders possessed not only remarkable architectural skill but also a sophisticated understanding of astronomy and geometry, integrating scientific observation into spiritual and ceremonial contexts. The tomb's design reflects more than practical engineering. It embodies a worldview in which the cosmos, the divine, and the material world are interconnected. Hieroglyphic inscriptions found deep within certain chambers often describe journeys to the stars, interactions with deities, and the transfer of knowledge from celestial or divine sources to humans. Some researchers have drawn parallels between these depictions and mythologies involving the Anunnaki, the so-called ancient, sky beings, referenced in Mesopotamian lore. While the connection remains speculative, the similarities raise intriguing questions about the possible diffusion of esoteric knowledge between ancient cultures. Could the architects of Saqqara have been influenced by external traditions, or even preserved knowledge from a more ancient, perhaps forgotten civilization? The tombs themselves are more than passive repositories of information, they appear to have been designed as tools for initiation, ritual, and the transmission of knowledge. Certain chambers exhibit unusual acoustic properties, suggesting that sound and vibration played a role in ceremonial practices. The layout often incorporates symbolic proportions and ratios that correspond to cosmological principles, indicating that the Egyptians were deliberately encoding knowledge into architecture. This integration of physical space, ritual, and symbolic meaning points to a culture in which science, spirituality, and art were inseparable. Some of the Saqqara tombs contain unusual artifacts that defy conventional explanation. These include intricately carved stone objects, metallic implements of uncertain purpose, and symbolic depictions of machinery or advanced tools. While mainstream archaeology often interprets these items as purely ritualistic or symbolic, their design and materials suggest functional sophistication, raising the possibility that certain technological knowledge existed in ancient Egypt that has since been lost. The combination of subterranean construction, astronomical alignment, and enigmatic artifacts implies a civilization that understood principles far beyond what traditional narratives credit them with. Many of the tombs in Saqqara are also notable for their durability. Despite centuries of shifting sands, looting, and natural decay, the structures remain remarkably intact. This longevity reflects not only skillful construction but also an understanding of geology, material science, and environmental adaptation. The builders knew how to manipulate local limestone, granite, and other materials to create structures resistant to collapse, erosion, and seismic activity, a knowledge base that speaks to the sophistication of their engineering. Beyond the physical and symbolic aspects, the Saqqara tombs evoke a sense of psychological and emotional awe. Descending into the subterranean chambers, one cannot help but feel the weight of time, the presence of those who labored to build these spaces, and the sense that hidden knowledge lies just out of reach. There is a profound human curiosity embedded in these tombs, a desire to understand, to connect with the divine, and to achieve mastery over both life and death. It is this enduring allure that has drawn explorers, researchers, and speculative theorists to Saqqara for centuries. Some alternative researchers argue that the Saqqara tombs provide evidence of interactions between ancient Egyptians and otherworldly beings, drawing on the alignment, symbolism, and unusual artifacts found within. These interpretations often cite similarities between depictions in Saqqara and ancient Mesopotamian myths of the Anunnaki, suggesting that knowledge of astronomy, architecture, and advanced engineering may have been transmitted from a higher or external source. While such theories remain controversial, they underscore the sense of wonder and mystery surrounding the site, challenging the limits of conventional archaeological explanation. The tombs also illustrate the meticulous integration of art, mathematics, and cosmology. Walls, ceilings, and floors are often designed using geometric ratios and proportions that mirror celestial patterns, from the movement of the stars to the cycles of the moon. Some chambers appear to function as observatories, where light entering through small shafts at specific times illuminates hieroglyphs or sacred symbols. These design features suggest that the tombs were not static monuments but dynamic spaces where observation, ritual, and knowledge intersected. Another intriguing feature of Saqqara is the presence of hidden or sealed chambers. In recent decades, ground-penetrating radar and other non-invasive technologies have detected anomalies beneath the surface, suggesting that vast portions of the necropolis remain unexplored. These hidden spaces may contain additional artifacts, inscriptions, or architectural innovations that could further illuminate the extent of Egyptian knowledge or possibly reveal entirely new information about the civilization's technological, scientific, and spiritual capabilities. The discovery of these hidden chambers continues to fuel speculation about what secrets may lie buried, reinforcing the idea that Saqqara is not merely a historical site but a living puzzle, waiting for modern researchers to unlock its mysteries. Emotionally, the Saqqara tombs confront us with the fragility and continuity of knowledge. They are monuments to human ingenuity, yet they also remind us of how easily information can be lost to time, conquest, or neglect. The possibility that ancient Egyptians possessed knowledge of astronomy, engineering, or cosmology that exceeds modern assumptions challenges the linear narrative of human progress, suggesting instead that civilizations have risen, achieved extraordinary feats, and then lost that knowledge through the centuries. In studying Saqqara, we are confronted with both admiration and humility, admiration for the skill, vision, and persistence of its builders, and humility in acknowledging that much of human achievement remains hidden, lost, or only partially understood. The Saqqara tombs, with their complex architecture, hidden chambers, enigmatic artifacts, and cosmic alignments, stand as a testament to the ambition, intelligence, and creativity of ancient Egypt. They compel us to rethink what we know about human history, suggesting that the past was richer, more sophisticated, and more mysterious than commonly assumed. By exploring these subterranean worlds, we are invited to question, to speculate, and to imagine the knowledge and wisdom that may still lie waiting beneath the sands, knowledge that could reshape our understanding of civilization, technology, and the human connection to the cosmos. Puma Punku, a sprawling archaeological complex located near Tiwanaku in modern-day Bolivia, is among the most baffling ancient sites in the world. It is part of a larger ceremonial center, yet it stands out for the sheer precision and sophistication of its stonework, which has confounded archaeologists and engineers for decades. The site consists of massive blocks of andesite and red sandstone, some weighing over 130 tons, cut and arranged with such exacting accuracy that even today's modern tools would struggle to replicate the work. What is particularly remarkable is the precision of the cuts, the uniformity of the stone shapes, and the intricate interlocking systems that allowed the massive blocks to fit together with astonishing tightness, often without the use of mortar. Many of the blocks feature perfectly straight edges, right angles, and precise grooves designed to interlock with other stones, suggesting knowledge of geometry, mathematics, and engineering principles far beyond what is typically attributed to the builders of this pre-Columbian site. One of the most striking aspects of Puma Punku is the use of complex joinery. The stones were shaped to fit together in a way that creates stability without the need for adhesives, relying on mechanical interlocking techniques that prevent movement even under immense pressure. Some blocks feature H-shaped connectors, mortise and tenon joints, and precisely drilled holes that allowed the construction of multi-tiered structures with incredible durability. The precision required to create these features is astonishing, given the technological limitations of the era. Most researchers agree that the site was built around 500 to 600 CE, yet the construction techniques appear to surpass what would be expected for a society using only stone, bronze, or copper tools. Some of the grooves are perfectly straight over lengths exceeding several meters, and the surfaces are polished to a degree that makes the stonework seem almost industrial in execution. These characteristics have led some researchers to speculate about the possibility of lost technologies or advanced tools that have left no trace in the archaeological record. Beyond the mechanical and architectural feats, Puma Punku demonstrates an advanced understanding of mathematics and geometry. Many blocks display right angles with a tolerance that modern engineers would find remarkable, and the alignment of the stones suggests careful planning and surveying. Some researchers have pointed out that certain blocks were cut in the shape of precise rectangles, trapezoids, and other polygons, indicating knowledge of geometric principles that allowed the builders to achieve both functionality and aesthetic symmetry. Such precision suggests not only skill but also a sophisticated system of measurement and design planning. The sheer scale of the site also raises logistical questions. Transporting massive stones across difficult terrain, carving them with precision, and assembling them into a coherent, interlocking structure would have required exceptional planning, manpower, and coordination. Many of the stones were quarried from distant sources, yet they were shaped and transported to Puma Punku in a manner that allowed them to fit perfectly upon arrival. This feat implies a level of civil engineering, organizational skill, and technical knowledge that continues to challenge conventional archaeological interpretations. Some of the stones feature channels and drilled holes whose purpose remains unclear. Certain grooves appear to have been used for precise interlocking, while others suggest the possibility of fluid channels or even mechanisms that may have had practical or ceremonial functions. The exact purpose of these features is unknown, but their uniformity and precision indicate intentional design rather than random construction. The combination of massive scale, precise engineering, and enigmatic design has led to speculation about the cultural and symbolic significance of Puma Punku. Many researchers believe the site served both ceremonial and functional purposes, possibly acting as a temple, a workshop, or even a demonstration of engineering mastery designed to impress or convey power. The monumental nature of the stones, their alignment, and the meticulous craftsmanship suggest that the builders intended to create something enduring, both physically and symbolically. Emotional reactions to Puma Punku are often mixed with awe, disbelief, and curiosity. Standing among the massive stone blocks, one cannot help but imagine the effort, skill, and knowledge required to quarry, shape, transport, and assemble these stones with such precision. The site challenges the assumption that pre-Columbian societies were technologically limited, instead revealing a culture capable of feats of engineering and design that rival the capabilities of later civilizations. Beyond the construction techniques, Puma Punku also suggests knowledge of advanced material properties. Certain stones appear to have been polished and worked in a way that reduces brittleness and enhances durability, reflecting an understanding of stone physics and structural integrity. Such sophistication implies not only technical skill but also careful observation, experimentation, and accumulated knowledge of materials over generations. The site's alignment with astronomical phenomena further deepens the mystery. Some researchers propose that the complex may have been oriented according to solar, lunar, or stellar events, integrating architectural precision with celestial observation. If true, this would demonstrate that the builders of Puma Punku were not only engineers and masons but also astronomers, capable of merging practical construction with cosmological understanding. Comparative analysis with other megalithic sites around the world reveals intriguing parallels. From the precision of the Great Pyramids in Egypt to the massive stone constructions of Baalbek in Lebanon, there is a recurring theme of advanced engineering, geometric precision, and cultural significance. While Puma Punku is unique in its style and techniques, it belongs to a broader pattern of ancient sites that challenge conventional narratives of human technological development. Some researchers have even suggested the possibility that the precision and scale of Puma Punku could not have been achieved using simple stone tools alone, raising questions about lost technologies or alternative construction methods that have been erased from the historical record. While mainstream archaeology attributes the site's construction to the Tiwanaku culture using copper tools, manpower, and ingenuity, the unparalleled accuracy of the stonework continues to provoke debate and fascination. In contemplating Puma Punku, one is forced to grapple with both technical and philosophical questions. How did ancient engineers conceptualize and execute such precise work without modern measuring devices? What level of knowledge about geometry, physics, and materials science did they possess? And why did such advanced techniques appear and then seemingly vanish from the historical record? The answers remain elusive, but the site continues to inspire exploration, experimentation, and imagination. Ultimately, Puma Punku stands as a monument to human ingenuity, technical skill, and the enduring capacity for creative problem-solving. Its precision, scale, and enigmatic features compel us to reconsider assumptions about ancient technology, planning, and engineering. The site is not only an archaeological wonder but also a testament to the intellectual achievements of a civilization whose knowledge challenges our understanding of history. As we study Puma Punku, we are reminded that the human story is far more complex, sophisticated, and mysterious than conventional narratives allow, and that ancient civilizations may have achieved feats that modern observers can scarcely comprehend. Göbekli Tepe, perched on a remote hill in southeastern Turkey, is widely regarded as one of the most revolutionary archaeological discoveries of the modern era. Dating back to approximately 9600 BCE, it predates Stonehenge by more than 6,000 years and upends conventional timelines of human civilization, agriculture, and religious development. Unlike typical sites associated with early human settlement, Göbekli Tepe was constructed by hunter-gatherer societies long before the advent of farming or permanent villages. The site consists of massive T-shaped limestone pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, arranged in circular and oval enclosures. Many of these pillars are adorned with intricate carvings of animals, lions, snakes, scorpions, and birds, rendered with astonishing detail and realism. The level of craftsmanship suggests not only artistic skill but also social organization, engineering knowledge, and symbolic thinking that would challenge many assumptions about pre-agricultural human societies. One of the most confounding aspects of Göbekli Tepe is the sheer scale and precision of its construction. The massive stones were quarried, transported, and erected without the benefit of metal tools, wheels, or draft animals. Archaeologists have proposed various methods for moving these megaliths, including ramps, levers, and human coordination, but none fully capture the complexity and efficiency implied by the site. The circular enclosures, often with pillars set in concentric arrangements, demonstrate an understanding of spatial geometry and structural engineering that seems astonishing for groups traditionally considered technologically simple. Beyond the physical construction, the carvings on the pillars reveal a symbolic sophistication. Animals are depicted in dynamic poses, sometimes combined with abstract symbols, spirals, and motifs whose meanings remain elusive. Some researchers believe these images relate to cosmological beliefs, shamanistic practices, or ritualistic ceremonies connected to fertility, death, and the cycles of nature. Others suggest that the animals represented constellations or celestial events, implying an astronomical awareness previously uncredited to societies of this era. The carvings, combined with the monumental architecture, suggest that Göbekli Tepe was not merely a ceremonial site but a center for knowledge, ritual, and possibly proto-scientific observation. Equally baffling is the apparent purpose of the site. While most early monumental constructions are linked to sedentary, agricultural societies, Göbekli Tepe was built by mobile hunter-gatherers. This overturns traditional assumptions that permanent settlements and agriculture were prerequisites for large-scale construction projects. The site implies that communal religious or ceremonial motivation may have driven technological innovation, societal organization, and resource coordination long before subsistence farming became widespread. The social implications are profound. Hunter-gatherer groups were capable of mobilizing large numbers of people, organizing labor over extended periods, and achieving extraordinary architectural feats, suggesting a level of social complexity often underestimated in prehistoric contexts. The orientation and layout of Göbekli Tepe also hint at astronomical knowledge. Some researchers have proposed alignments with solstices, equinoxes, or specific star positions, although the evidence is still debated. Regardless, the consistent circular patterns, positioning of pillars, and deliberate spatial relationships indicate intentional design rather than random placement. The architecture and symbolism together suggest that Göbekli Tepe functioned as a hub for ritual, observation, and possibly the transmission of knowledge across generations. The site also raises profound questions about the origins of human belief systems, religion, and culture. If hunter-gatherers were capable of constructing such monumental and symbolic spaces, it suggests that complex spiritual and cultural expression predates agriculture and urbanization. This challenges the conventional narrative that organized religion and monumental architecture emerged only after humans settled in permanent villages. Göbekli Tepe suggests that ritual and belief may have actually motivated the development of more complex societies, rather than the other way around. Excavation efforts have revealed multiple layers of enclosures, indicating that the site was used, modified, and possibly abandoned and rebuilt over centuries. The stratigraphy suggests a long-term commitment to the site, implying both continuity of cultural knowledge and intergenerational transmission of skills, beliefs, and architectural techniques. This points to a level of societal memory and organization previously thought impossible for the era. Emotional responses to Göbekli Tepe are often a mixture of awe, disbelief, and fascination. Standing among the towering pillars, one can sense the magnitude of human effort, intelligence, and creativity invested in the site. The combination of monumental architecture, intricate carvings, and the mystery of its creators evokes both wonder and profound curiosity about the cognitive and cultural capabilities of early humans. The site challenges assumptions about linear progress, technological dependency, and the development of civilization, suggesting that humans were capable of extraordinary feats long before they adopted agriculture or urban living. Some alternative researchers have gone further, proposing that Göbekli Tepe may preserve knowledge from a lost or forgotten civilization, hinting at advanced understanding of engineering, astronomy, and symbolic communication that predates conventional history. While such claims are speculative, they highlight the profound impact of the site on rethinking human history and the evolution of knowledge. In addition to its engineering and symbolic significance, Göbekli Tepe demonstrates an extraordinary understanding of material properties. The limestone pillars were quarried with stone tools, yet exhibit remarkable precision in their shaping, balancing, and placement. The carvings were executed with skill and attention to detail that implies experimentation, apprenticeship, and a developed tradition of craftsmanship. Such sophistication in both design and execution implies an integrated knowledge system, combining observation, technique, and ritual significance in ways that challenge conventional timelines of technological development. Ultimately, Göbekli Tepe is not merely an archaeological site but a profound testament to the ingenuity, organization, and spiritual depth of early humans. It suggests that the capacity for monumental architecture, symbolic expression, and societal coordination emerged far earlier than previously assumed. The site invites us to reconsider the origins of civilization, the role of ritual in human development, and the hidden capabilities of societies long thought to be primitive. Standing among the pillars, one is confronted not only with the tangible accomplishments of the past but with the intangible questions of human potential, cultural memory, and the mysteries of knowledge that may have been lost or obscured over millennia. Göbekli Tepe compels us to recognize that the story of human civilization is far richer, more complex, and more enigmatic than we have been taught, urging us to explore the boundaries of what was possible for our earliest ancestors and to contemplate the hidden depths of human history that remain waiting beneath the earth. The Yonaguni Monument, submerged off the coast of Yonaguni Island in the Ryukyu chain of Japan, is one of the most controversial and enigmatic underwater sites in the world. First discovered in 1986 by a local diver, the monument consists of massive stone formations that resemble terraces, steps, platforms, and walls, some extending over 100 meters in length. At first glance, the structures appear almost natural, sculpted by millennia of ocean currents and geological activity. However, closer examination reveals straight edges, sharp angles, and precise right-angled formations that suggest human intervention rather than purely natural processes. The sheer scale and complexity of the Yonaguni Monument have baffled archaeologists, geologists, and historians, igniting debates over whether the site represents a lost civilization, an ancient temple, or simply a remarkable example of natural rock formations shaped by erosion. What makes Yonaguni particularly compelling is the precision and symmetry of its features. Massive terraces rise in regular intervals, some perfectly aligned, with horizontal and vertical planes that are astonishingly consistent. Certain formations resemble stairs or platforms, complete with ledges, protrusions, and depressions that could have served functional or ceremonial purposes. The alignment and arrangement of these features imply an understanding of geometry and construction techniques far beyond what one would expect from a culture 10,000 to 12,000 years ago, which is the approximate date some researchers propose based on sea level studies and geological data. Geological analysis has yielded conflicting interpretations. Some scientists argue that the monument is a natural formation, sculpted by tectonic uplift and oceanic erosion over thousands of years. They point to the fracturing patterns in the sandstone and the natural layering as evidence that the structures were not carved by human hands. However, other researchers contend that certain features, such as sharp right angles, perfectly flat surfaces, and interlocking platforms, are unlikely to be produced by natural processes alone. Underwater photography and 3D mapping have revealed chiseled edges and terraces that appear deliberately shaped, suggesting that at least some portions of the monument were modified or constructed by humans. The monument also raises questions about the capabilities of ancient seafaring or coastal cultures. If the Yonaguni structures were indeed created by humans, it implies that a highly organized society existed thousands of years ago, with knowledge of quarrying, moving, and shaping massive stones. The underwater context further complicates the narrative, as the monument is currently submerged under approximately 5 to 30 meters of water, indicating that it was constructed during a period when sea levels were significantly lower. This would place the construction at a time when conventional history suggests that humans were still hunter-gatherers, yet the complexity of the site challenges assumptions about technological and organizational capacity. Some researchers propose that the Yonaguni monument may have been part of a larger settlement or ceremonial complex. Its orientation appears deliberate, with terraces and platforms potentially aligned to celestial phenomena, such as solstices, lunar cycles, or star positions. If accurate, this implies that the builders not only had the skill to manipulate massive stones but also possessed an understanding of astronomy and cosmology. The combination of engineering precision and possible astronomical alignment invites comparisons with other ancient megalithic sites, from Puma Punku to Göbekli Tepe, suggesting that early humans across the globe may have shared knowledge, techniques, or cultural priorities that emphasized monumental construction and celestial observation. Artifacts recovered from the surrounding seabed provide additional clues, though evidence remains sparse. Some stone tools, pottery shards, and carvings have been found nearby, indicating human activity in the region during periods of lower sea levels. These finds, while limited, support the hypothesis that the Yonaguni monument could have been intentionally shaped or enhanced by human hands, rather than being purely a natural formation. The monument's construction also raises profound engineering questions. Moving, carving, and placing massive stones underwater, or in a coastal environment later submerged, requires not only physical strength but also ingenuity and planning. Channels, terraces, and protrusions suggest knowledge of load distribution, friction reduction, and precise shaping, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of materials and construction principles. Some researchers have even speculated about techniques such as lever systems, ramps, or scaffolding adapted to coastal or shallow water conditions, highlighting the ingenuity that would have been necessary to create a site of this magnitude in prehistoric times. Beyond its physical characteristics, the Yonaguni monument also has profound cultural and symbolic implications. If constructed by humans, it represents evidence of a civilization whose existence has been lost to rising seas, geological upheaval, or other unknown factors. The site may have been used for ritualistic, ceremonial, or communal purposes, reflecting a society deeply connected to its environment, the cosmos, and the spiritual world. Its discovery challenges conventional timelines of human development, suggesting that advanced architectural and engineering capabilities may have existed far earlier than previously believed. Emotional responses to the monument are powerful and often tinged with awe and mystery. Divers exploring the site report a sense of connection with an ancient, unseen civilization, as though touching the physical remnants of human ingenuity lost beneath the waves. The precision of the formations, combined with their submerged context, evokes wonder at the resilience, creativity, and intellectual capabilities of ancient peoples. There is also an element of melancholy, as the site represents knowledge, skill, and culture that may have been irrevocably lost to time and the ocean. Comparative studies with other submerged and ancient sites around the world reveal intriguing patterns. From the sunken cities of Dwarka in India to submerged ruins off the coast of the Mediterranean, there are instances of lost civilizations that challenge conventional historical understanding. The Yonaguni monument fits into this pattern, suggesting that our knowledge of early human civilization, technology, and cultural achievement is far from complete. Whether natural, human-made, or a combination of both, the Yonaguni monument forces us to reconsider what we know about the past. It compels us to ask difficult questions. Could advanced societies have existed before the advent of agriculture and recorded history? What skills, knowledge, or cultural practices have been lost to rising seas and geological change? And how many other hidden wonders remain submerged, waiting to be discovered and understood. Ultimately, the Yonaguni monument stands as a profound testament to the mysteries of our planet and the ingenuity of its earliest inhabitants. Its terraces, steps, and precisely shaped formations serve as a bridge between natural history and human achievement, inviting us to explore, question, and imagine a world where early humans may have possessed far more knowledge, skill, and organizational capacity than conventional narratives allow. For anyone encountering Yonaguni, the site is both a puzzle and an inspiration, a submerged enigma that challenges our assumptions and beckons us to uncover the lost chapters of human history. Baalbek, located in the fertile Bekaa Valley of modern-day Lebanon, is home to some of the most awe-inspiring and mysterious megalithic structures ever constructed by human hands. Often referred to as the City of the Sun in ancient times, Baalbek's monumental complex includes enormous stone platforms, temples, and altars, the scale of which continues to challenge both archaeologists and engineers. The most remarkable feature of the site is the trilithon, 3 colossal stones, each estimated to weigh between 800 and 1,200 tons, precisely cut and fitted to form part of the massive foundation of the Temple of Jupiter. These stones are among the heaviest ever moved and positioned in the ancient world, and their sheer size raises fundamental questions about the engineering capabilities, organization, and technological knowledge of the builders. Scholars have long debated how ancient civilizations, lacking modern machinery, were able to quarry, transport, and raise such massive blocks with such precision. The trilithon stones, some over 19 meters long and perfectly aligned, demonstrate not only incredible strength but also meticulous planning, geometric understanding, and logistical coordination. Conventional explanations suggest the use of ramps, levers, rollers, and sheer manpower, yet even with these methods, the feat remains staggering. The surrounding stonework further amplifies the mystery. Smaller stones, while less massive, are interlocked with the largest blocks in ways that suggest a sophisticated understanding of stability, weight distribution, and architectural principles. Many blocks feature precisely cut channels, grooves, and interlocking surfaces that allow the structures to endure earthquakes and the passage of millennia without collapsing. The construction techniques employed at Baalbek reflect a knowledge of physics, materials, and geometry that seems far advanced for the era in which the complex was built. Beyond the physical construction, Baalbek's location and orientation reveal additional layers of mystery. The complex appears to have been strategically positioned, with alignments to celestial events, solstices, and possibly star patterns, suggesting that astronomy played a role in its design. The integration of astronomical knowledge with monumental construction points to a society that not only mastered physical engineering but also possessed a sophisticated understanding of the cosmos. This fusion of architecture and astronomy is a hallmark of ancient megalithic sites around the world, indicating that the builders of Baalbek were part of a broader pattern of advanced prehistoric knowledge. Some researchers have suggested that the original builders of Baalbek predated the Romans and may have been part of a lost or forgotten civilization with technological capabilities far beyond what is typically attributed to ancient societies in the region. The precision cutting of the massive stones, their alignment, and their enduring stability hint at construction methods and tools that have yet to be fully understood or replicated, fueling speculation about the existence of advanced knowledge now lost to history. Within the complex, the Temple of Jupiter stands as a testament to human ambition and ingenuity. Although much of the temple visible today was constructed during the Roman period, it sits atop an earlier, massive platform known as the Great Foundation, which is believed to have been built using the trilithon stones. This foundation demonstrates engineering prowess of the highest order, with enormous blocks arranged with extraordinary precision, often fitted so tightly that not even a knife blade can be inserted between them. The fact that these stones have withstood centuries of earthquakes and environmental wear without shifting speaks to both the quality of the stone and the skill of the builders. In addition to the monumental architecture, Baalbek is surrounded by evidence of quarrying sites and unfinished stones, including the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, a single block estimated to weigh over 1,000 tons. This monolith, still embedded in the quarry, provides a glimpse into the scale of ambition pursued by the builders. Its unfinished state invites speculation about the methods and technologies that may have been employed, as moving such a block would challenge even today's machinery. The sheer size of the stones, combined with the precise placement of smaller interlocking blocks, demonstrates an advanced understanding of construction that incorporates knowledge of weight distribution, friction reduction, and leverage. Some theorists argue that this knowledge may have been passed down from earlier civilizations or cultures whose capabilities far exceeded conventional historical assumptions. Beyond engineering, Baalbek's ceremonial and symbolic significance cannot be overstated. The site served as a religious center, a place of worship, and possibly a hub for astronomical observation. Temples, altars, and ceremonial platforms suggest that the builders integrated spiritual, astronomical, and architectural elements into a cohesive design. This integration highlights the dual purpose of the site. It was both a functional engineering marvel and a spiritual monument, demonstrating that architecture and ritual were inseparable in the ancient world. The emotional impact of Baalbek on modern visitors is profound. Standing before the trilithon, one cannot help but marvel at the audacity, vision, and technical skill required to quarry, transport, and position such massive stones with precision. The combination of size, alignment, and enduring stability evokes a sense of awe, as if the builders possessed knowledge and capabilities that challenge modern understanding. Even scholars and engineers today struggle to comprehend the logistics and ingenuity involved in creating such a monumental complex. Comparisons with other megalithic sites highlight Baalbek's unique place in ancient engineering. While sites such as Puma Punku, the Great Pyramids, and Machu Picchu also demonstrate advanced construction techniques, Baalbek's sheer scale and the weight of its stones set it apart. The monumentality of the site, combined with its precision and durability, challenges assumptions about the linear progression of human technological development and suggests the possibility of lost knowledge or alternative methods of construction that remain unexplained. Speculation about the origin and methods of construction at Baalbek extends into theories of ancient advanced civilizations. Some researchers propose that the site may preserve knowledge inherited from a previous, now lost culture capable of manipulating massive stones with unprecedented precision. Whether through the use of unknown tools, techniques, or even forms of energy manipulation, Baalbek forces us to confront the possibility that ancient societies were far more capable than conventional history acknowledges. The site's enduring mystery, combined with its astronomical and spiritual significance, makes Baalbek a focal point for both scholarly research and speculative inquiry. Ultimately, Baalbek is not merely an archaeological site but a monument to human ambition, ingenuity, and the enduring quest to manipulate the natural world in accordance with spiritual and practical goals. It stands as a reminder that ancient societies achieved feats of engineering, precision, and organization that continue to challenge modern understanding. The complex of Baalbek, from the massive trilithon stones to the intricately aligned foundations and ceremonial spaces, invites us to reconsider the boundaries of ancient technological achievement. It compels reflection on the possibility of lost knowledge, the sophistication of early civilizations, and the mysteries that continue to lie hidden within the ruins of the past. For those who encounter Baalbek, the site evokes awe, wonder, and a profound sense of human capability, bridging the gap between the ancient and modern worlds and challenging our assumptions about what was possible thousands of years ago. Mohenjo-Daro, one of the principal cities of the Indus Valley Civilization, stands as a testament to the extraordinary urban planning, engineering, and organizational skills of one of the world's earliest civilizations. Flourishing around 2500 BCE in what is now Pakistan, Mohenjo-Daro reveals a level of sophistication in city planning and infrastructure that is astonishing for a society often assumed to be technologically primitive. Unlike other contemporary settlements, the city was laid out in a highly organized grid pattern, with streets intersecting at right angles, fortified citadels, public baths, granaries, and residential complexes that indicate advanced knowledge of civil engineering, urban governance, and communal planning. The city's architecture and infrastructure demonstrate not only an aesthetic sensibility but also a profound understanding of practical needs, including drainage, sanitation, water management, and public health, concepts that would not be widely adopted in many parts of the world until millennia later. One of the most remarkable aspects of Mohenjo-Daro is its sophisticated drainage system. The city featured covered brick sewers, interconnected channels, and public baths that ensured the efficient removal of wastewater from residential areas. Most homes were equipped with private bathrooms and drains, connected to a network that funneled water away from streets and dwellings, demonstrating an understanding of sanitation and urban hygiene unparalleled in the ancient world. This infrastructure implies not only engineering skill but also an organized societal framework capable of planning, constructing, and maintaining complex municipal systems. The construction of Mohenjo-Daro employed standardized baked bricks, carefully measured and shaped to ensure uniformity across the city. The consistency of brick dimensions and the precision with which they were laid reveal knowledge of measurement, materials science, and construction techniques that allowed for both structural stability and aesthetic harmony. Streets were systematically aligned, and buildings were carefully positioned to maximize airflow, sunlight, and communal space, reflecting thoughtful consideration of both environmental and social factors. The city's urban planning also suggests sophisticated governance. The uniformity of construction, the integration of public works, and the organization of residential and ceremonial spaces indicate a centralized authority capable of coordinating large-scale projects. This level of administration implies a society that not only mastered engineering and architecture but also social coordination, law, and regulation, an advanced system of governance that ensured the city's functionality and resilience over centuries. Beyond infrastructure, Mohenjo-Daro reveals a culture rich in symbolic and artistic expression. Seals, inscriptions, and figurines found throughout the city indicate literacy, trade, and cultural exchange, as well as religious or ritualistic practices. The Indus script, although still undeciphered, suggests that the inhabitants had a complex system of communication, record-keeping, and possibly governance that connected commerce, spirituality, and administration in a seamless societal framework. The presence of standardized weights and measures further demonstrates a highly organized economic system, likely facilitating trade and the equitable distribution of goods, resources, and labor. One of the most enigmatic features of Mohenjo-Daro is the Great Bath, a large, watertight tank constructed with precise brickwork and lined with bitumen to ensure waterproofing. Measuring approximately 12 by 7 meters, with steps descending into its basin, the Great Bath is thought to have been used for ritual purification or communal ceremonies. Its construction required careful planning, knowledge of waterproofing techniques, and meticulous attention to detail, highlighting the interplay between engineering prowess and cultural or religious practice. The existence of such monumental public spaces within Mohenjo-Daro reflects a society that valued communal life, ritual, and social cohesion. The city's destruction and eventual abandonment remain subjects of debate. Some theories suggest flooding, changes in river patterns, or climate shifts may have played a role, while others point to potential social upheaval or invasion. Regardless of the cause, the city's advanced infrastructure and design were left largely intact, allowing modern researchers to marvel at the ingenuity of its builders and to study the capabilities of one of the world's earliest urban civilizations. Archaeological excavations have revealed an extensive network of streets, residences, and public buildings, often with multiple levels and carefully planned ventilation systems. These features suggest that the inhabitants had an intimate understanding of structural engineering, thermodynamics, and environmental adaptation, allowing them to create spaces that were functional, durable, and comfortable. The integration of technology, urban design, and environmental awareness at Mohenjo-Daro highlights a holistic approach to city planning that is strikingly modern in its execution. Mohenjo-Daro also challenges conventional narratives about technological development and human capability. The precision of its construction, the sophistication of its urban infrastructure, and the apparent social organization necessary to achieve such a city indicate that advanced knowledge and engineering existed far earlier than often acknowledged. The discovery of the city forces historians to reconsider assumptions about the linear progression of human civilization, suggesting that urban planning, civil engineering, and social coordination reached heights in the Indus Valley that would not be matched in some parts of the world for millennia. The city's artifacts further deepen its mystery. Pottery, jewelry, figurines, and seals indicate a rich material culture, while undeciphered inscriptions hint at a complex intellectual and administrative system. trade links with Mesopotamia and other regions demonstrate that Mohenjo-Daro was not an isolated city but part of a vast network of exchange, knowledge transfer, and cultural interaction, suggesting that its technological and social achievements were influenced by, and perhaps influenced, other contemporary civilizations. The emotional impact of visiting or studying Mohenjo-Daro is profound. The alignment of streets, the perfection of brickwork, the complexity of drainage systems, and the sheer scale of public works evoke awe at the organizational, intellectual, and technical abilities of its builders. There is a sense of encountering a society that was both sophisticated and enigmatic, capable of engineering feats and cultural achievements that challenge modern assumptions about prehistoric human life. In examining Mohenjo-Daro, one is compelled to acknowledge both the brilliance and the fragility of human achievement. The city exemplifies what can be accomplished when knowledge, skill, organization, and vision converge, while also serving as a reminder that even the most advanced civilizations are vulnerable to environmental, social, or political upheavals. Its eventual abandonment underscores the transient nature of human accomplishment, yet its enduring ruins continue to inspire, educate, and challenge us. Ultimately, Mohenjo-Daro stands as a monument to the ingenuity, foresight, and intellectual capacity of the Indus Valley civilization. Its urban planning, engineering mastery, and sophisticated infrastructure reveal a civilization capable of extraordinary feats, reshaping our understanding of ancient human societies. The city invites us to reconsider the boundaries of prehistoric knowledge, the potential of early urban planning, and the technological capabilities of societies long thought to be primitive. Mohenjo-Daro is not only an archaeological treasure but also a profound reminder that human innovation, intelligence, and organization have deep roots, and that the mysteries of our past are far more complex and awe-inspiring than conventional history often allows. The Dropa stones, often cited as some of the most controversial and enigmatic artifacts in the world, are a collection of small, circular stone discs allegedly discovered in the remote Bayan Har Mountains of China in the 1930s. According to reports, the stones measure between 9 and 12 inches in diameter and are carved with tiny grooves, spirals, and what some interpret as pictographs or inscriptions. What makes these artifacts extraordinary is not only the intricacy of their carvings but also the claims regarding their origin. Some researchers suggest that the stones contain records of extraterrestrial visitation, making them a focal point for those investigating the possibility of ancient alien contact. The story of the Dropa stones begins with purported archaeological expeditions in the Bayan Har Mountains, where a team of researchers reportedly unearthed a series of graves containing skeletons of unusually small stature. Embedded within the graves were stone discs with fine grooves etched along their surfaces. Allegedly, the discs were organized in chronological order, forming a kind of pictorial narrative. Some interpretations claim that the grooves encode a form of written language, possibly representing a record left behind by beings from beyond Earth who visited or crashed on the planet thousands of years ago. Descriptions of the stones emphasize the remarkable precision of the carvings. The grooves spiral inward toward the center of each disc, creating patterns that appear intentional and symbolic rather than naturally occurring. Some researchers assert that the grooves form an organized script, possibly representing a phonetic or symbolic system used to communicate complex ideas. The ability to create such precise carvings on hard stone, especially with tools available in remote prehistoric regions, raises questions about the technological capabilities of the people who made them. In addition to their physical characteristics, the alleged discovery of accompanying skeletal remains adds another layer of mystery. The skeletons reportedly belonged to diminutive humanoid beings, significantly smaller than average humans, with distinctive cranial features. The combination of these remains with the intricately carved discs has led some researchers to speculate that they represent a distinct species or group, possibly even non-human, who had contact with ancient human populations. While mainstream archaeology remains skeptical due to a lack of verified evidence, the narrative surrounding the Dropa stones has captured the imagination of those interested in alternative history and unexplained phenomena. Researchers who have examined photographs, sketches, and secondary accounts note the apparent intentionality and regularity of the carvings. The precision, combined with the alleged chronological arrangement of the discs, suggests that the creators had a sophisticated understanding of symbolic representation, record-keeping, and possibly storytelling. Another intriguing aspect of the Dropa stones is the alleged content of the inscriptions. Some researchers claim that, when deciphered, the pictographs tell the story of a spacecraft that crashed in the mountains and the subsequent interactions between the visitors and the local population. The narrative is said to include descriptions of the visitors' appearance, technological knowledge, and attempts to communicate with humans. Whether these interpretations are accurate, exaggerated, or entirely fabricated remains unknown, but the persistent nature of the claims has fueled ongoing fascination and debate. The supposed connection between the Dropa stones and extraterrestrial contact also raises questions about ancient knowledge, technology, and human perception. If the stones were indeed created to record encounters with non-human beings, they suggest a level of awareness and curiosity that transcends conventional expectations for prehistoric societies. The act of documenting, encoding, and preserving information about extraordinary events implies both intellectual sophistication and cultural significance, emphasizing the human desire to make sense of and communicate experiences that challenge ordinary understanding. Critics of the Dropa stones argue that there is little concrete evidence to support the extraordinary claims. The original stones are difficult to locate, and much of the documentation relies on second-hand accounts, photographs, or reports that have never been independently verified. Skeptics suggest that the story may have been embellished over time, conflating natural stone artifacts, local legends, and imaginative interpretations. Despite this, the legend persists, reflecting the enduring human fascination with the unknown, the unexplained, and the possibility of contact with otherworldly beings. From an archaeological perspective, the Dropa stones, whether authentic or mythologized, highlight the challenges of interpreting artifacts outside their cultural and historical context. Even if the stones were created by humans for symbolic, ceremonial, or ritualistic purposes, their intricate carvings and unusual forms demonstrate that ancient societies were capable of sophisticated artistic and intellectual expression. The precision and regularity of the discs suggest careful planning, skilled craftsmanship, and an understanding of aesthetics, symbolism, and communication. The emotional and psychological impact of the Dropa stones is significant. The possibility of extraterrestrial contact, whether real or imagined, taps into deep human curiosity about our origins, the universe, and our place within it. The idea that beings from another world might have visited Earth, leaving behind artifacts and traces, evokes both wonder and unease. The story challenges assumptions about human history, technology, and intelligence, inviting us to consider alternative possibilities for the development of knowledge and culture. The Dropa stones also resonate with other examples of enigmatic artifacts around the world, from the Nazca lines in Peru to the pyramids of Egypt and the submerged structures of Yonaguni. These sites share a common theme: they present evidence of extraordinary skill, planning, and understanding in periods or contexts where such achievements are often considered improbable. Whether interpreted as evidence of lost human knowledge, interspecies contact, or mythologized narrative, they compel us to question the completeness of our historical understanding. Ultimately, the Dropa stones, real or legendary, symbolize the intersection of human imagination, curiosity, and the enduring mystery of our past. They remind us that the world contains phenomena that challenge conventional explanation and that the search for understanding often leads us to confront possibilities that extend beyond accepted knowledge. Whether the stones were created to document extraordinary events, convey cultural narratives, or serve as ceremonial objects, they represent a human impulse to record, communicate, and explore the unknown. In contemplating the Dropa stones, one is drawn into a story that blends archaeology, speculation, and wonder, inviting us to imagine a past where the boundaries between human civilization, extraterrestrial contact, and the mysterious were fluid and intertwined. They continue to provoke debate, inspire research, and fuel the imagination of those who dare to question what we know about human history and the universe around us. The pyramids of Giza, rising majestically from the arid plains of Egypt, are perhaps the most iconic and enduring symbols of human achievement in the ancient world. Constructed over 4,500 years ago, these monumental structures, particularly the Great Pyramid of Khufu, continue to baffle historians, engineers, and archaeologists alike with their scale, precision, and mysterious origins. The Great Pyramid, originally reaching a height of 146.6 meters, was the tallest man-made structure on Earth for over 3,800 years. Its construction required moving and precisely placing an estimated 2.3 million limestone and granite blocks, some weighing as much as 80 tons, with astonishing accuracy. The precision with which these stones were cut and aligned has sparked centuries of speculation, as even modern engineering equipment would struggle to achieve such perfection. Scholars have long debated how ancient Egyptians could have achieved this feat with the relatively simple tools available at the time: copper chisels, wooden sledges, and rope. The planning, logistics, and workforce coordination necessary to quarry, transport, and assemble these massive stones demonstrate a level of organization and knowledge that challenges conventional assumptions about ancient civilizations. Beyond their physical scale, the pyramids embody an extraordinary understanding of mathematics and astronomy. The Great Pyramid, for instance, is aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal points, north, south, east, and west, with a deviation of mere minutes of arc. Its base forms a nearly perfect square, with sides differing by less than half a meter across, lengths exceeding 230 meters. Some researchers have proposed that the architects incorporated advanced knowledge of pi, the golden ratio, and astronomical cycles into the pyramid's design, creating a structure that not only functioned as a tomb but also encoded mathematical and cosmological principles. The interior of the Great Pyramid further amplifies its mystery. Narrow passageways, ascending and descending corridors, and chambers, such as the King's Chamber, Queen's Chamber, and the enigmatic Grand Gallery, demonstrate a sophistication of design that seems almost otherworldly. The precision of the stonework inside is breathtaking. Massive granite blocks were transported from Aswan, over 800 kilometers away, and fitted together with such accuracy that modern engineers often marvel at the seamless joins. Ventilation shafts, originally thought to serve a purely symbolic or ceremonial function, align with specific stars, suggesting a deeper astronomical or spiritual purpose that remains partially understood even today. Theories about the construction methods of the pyramids continue to evolve. While the traditional view emphasizes large labor forces of skilled and conscripted workers using ramps, levers, and sledges, alternative hypotheses suggest the possible use of counterweights, water-assisted transport, or even techniques lost to history. The level of precision in stone cutting and placement, combined with the massive scale, leaves open questions about whether additional knowledge, engineering, mechanical, or even conceptual, was involved in the process. The pyramids of Giza also carry profound symbolic and cultural significance. As royal tombs, they were designed to immortalize the pharaohs and ensure their journey into the afterlife. Their construction reflects a worldview in which death, divinity, and cosmic order were deeply intertwined. The pyramid's alignment with celestial bodies, incorporation of precise mathematical ratios, and monumental scale suggest that the Egyptians viewed these structures as more than physical monuments. They were a bridge between the mortal and the divine, a coded expression of the universe itself. The construction of the pyramids was also a feat of human organization. Estimates suggest that tens of thousands of workers, including skilled artisans, laborers, and support personnel, were involved over decades. Managing such a workforce required an advanced understanding of logistics, supply chains, and resource allocation. Workers needed to be fed, housed, and coordinated with extraordinary efficiency, indicating a society capable of complex administration and long-term planning. The enduring mystery of the pyramids is amplified by their precision and durability. Despite centuries of erosion, earthquakes, and human interference, the core structures remain remarkably intact. The precision of the stone placement, the stability of the internal chambers, and the alignment with astronomical phenomena all point to knowledge and craftsmanship that is still difficult to fully comprehend. Even minor errors could have resulted in structural collapse, highlighting the incredible skill and foresight of the builders. Some researchers have suggested that the pyramids may also contain knowledge of energy, acoustics, or other principles that are not immediately obvious. Certain chambers resonate in unusual ways, some researchers speculate intentionally, perhaps for ritualistic, spiritual, or functional purposes. While mainstream archaeology attributes these phenomena to coincidence or design necessity, alternative theories propose that the pyramids may have served as more than tombs, potentially functioning as repositories of knowledge, astronomical observatories, or even mechanisms for harnessing unknown forces. The emotional impact of visiting the pyramids is profound. Standing before these colossal structures, one cannot help but marvel at the audacity, vision, and capability of a civilization thousands of years old. The pyramids evoke both awe and humility, inspiring contemplation of human potential, ingenuity, and the mysteries that have persisted across millennia. They force us to confront the possibility that ancient humans, without modern machinery, achieved feats that continue to challenge our understanding of engineering, organization, and applied knowledge. In addition to the Great Pyramid, the surrounding pyramids and the Sphinx contribute to a complex landscape that reflects an integrated approach to architecture, symbolism, and celestial alignment. The entire Giza Plateau embodies a sophisticated understanding of urban planning, ceremonial architecture, and symbolic representation. Each pyramid, while unique, complements the others, creating a cohesive system that reflects both technical mastery and profound spiritual or cosmological insight. The pyramids also highlight the fragility and continuity of knowledge. While much of the original understanding of their construction methods may have been lost, their enduring presence continues to inspire research, speculation, and innovation. They remind us that human capability, creativity, and the desire to reach beyond the ordinary have been constants throughout history. Ultimately, the pyramids of Giza are more than tombs, they are enduring monuments to human ingenuity, ambition, and the quest to connect with the cosmos. They challenge conventional timelines of technological and cultural development, reveal a civilization capable of extraordinary precision, and inspire awe across generations. The mysteries embedded in their design, construction, and alignment continue to captivate and confound, serving as a bridge between the ancient and the modern, the known and the unknown. To study the pyramids is to engage with humanity's deepest questions: how knowledge is preserved, how societies organize monumental projects, and how humans reach for immortality and understanding through stone, geometry, and vision. They remain timeless, monumental, and profoundly enigmatic, inviting each generation to wonder anew at the possibilities of human achievement. The Nazca lines, sprawling across the arid desert plains of southern Peru, are among the most enigmatic and visually striking archaeological mysteries in the world. Stretching over 450 square kilometers, these enormous geoglyphs, etched into the desert floor between 500 BCE and 500 CE, depict a wide array of forms, including animals, plants, geometric shapes, and human figures. What makes the Nazca lines particularly perplexing is their scale and precision. Some figures extend over hundreds of meters, yet they maintain accurate proportions and intricate detail when viewed from above, a perspective that the ancient Nazca people could not have achieved from ground level. The creation of such precise geoglyphs raises questions about the tools, techniques, and motivations behind their construction, as well as the knowledge and sophistication of the society that produced them. Scholars and researchers have long debated the purpose of the Nazca lines. Some suggest they served astronomical or calendrical functions, aligning with solstices, equinoxes, or important celestial bodies. Others propose ritualistic or religious significance, interpreting the lines as pathways for ceremonial processions, offerings to deities, or symbolic representations of cosmological beliefs. The geoglyphs may have functioned as a form of communication with supernatural forces, a way to invoke rain in an arid environment, or a method to encode and preserve spiritual and cultural knowledge. Regardless of their intended use, the precision and scale of the lines demonstrate an advanced understanding of surveying, geometry, and spatial organization. The creation of the Nazca lines required careful planning, measurement, and execution. Ancient workers removed the reddish-brown iron oxide-coated pebbles from the desert surface, exposing the lighter-colored earth beneath. This contrast created striking lines and shapes that have endured for centuries due to the region's stable climate and minimal rainfall. Some figures incorporate astonishingly straight lines stretching over 20 kilometers, perfect right angles, and complex geometric designs, suggesting that the Nazca people employed tools, sighting techniques, and perhaps rudimentary surveying instruments to achieve such accuracy. In addition to geometric shapes, the depiction of animals, insects, and mythical creatures reveals a sophisticated symbolic and artistic culture. Figures such as monkeys, hummingbirds, spiders, and condors display remarkable detail and proportion, capturing both the essence and unique characteristics of these creatures. The careful design and execution of these figures suggest not only artistic skill but also cultural significance, indicating that the geoglyphs were deeply embedded in the spiritual and social life of the Nazca civilization. The emotional impact of the Nazca lines is profound. When viewed from above, the geoglyphs evoke awe and wonder at the ability of a society without aerial technology to create such precise, large-scale representations. The mystery of how they achieved this perspective from the ground, or if the images were intended to be seen from a human vantage point at all, adds to the intrigue. Scholars have suggested that the Nazca people may have used elevated platforms, simple scaffolding, or even geometric grid techniques to maintain proportions across vast distances, demonstrating ingenuity and problem-solving capabilities that challenge conventional assumptions about ancient technology. Environmental and contextual factors also contribute to the enduring preservation of the Nazca lines. The desert's dry, windless conditions, coupled with the hard, stable soil and protective gravel layer, have shielded the geoglyphs from erosion for centuries. However, modern human activity and climate change pose significant threats to these ancient markings, underscoring their fragility and the importance of ongoing preservation efforts. The Nazca lines are not isolated phenomena. Similar geoglyphs appear in other parts of the world, including the Atacama Desert in Chile, the United States, and even parts of the Middle East. These global parallels suggest that ancient societies, separated by vast distances, shared a common impulse to create large-scale, symbolic, and possibly ritualistic designs visible across landscapes. Whether these geoglyphs arose independently or through cross-cultural knowledge exchange remains a subject of debate, but the recurring theme of large-scale symbolic design highlights the universality of human creativity and cultural expression. In addition to their cultural and spiritual significance, the Nazca lines demonstrate the Nazca civilization's remarkable understanding of engineering and materials. The lines were created by carefully removing surface stones and arranging the exposed soil to form long-lasting markings. This required knowledge of soil composition, erosion resistance, and the physical principles needed to maintain straight lines and consistent shapes over vast distances. The combination of artistic intent, engineering precision, and environmental awareness highlights a culture that excelled in both symbolic and practical knowledge. Controversy and speculation have surrounded the Nazca lines for decades. While mainstream archaeology attributes their creation to ritualistic, astronomical, or agricultural purposes, alternative theories propose extraterrestrial influence, suggesting that the geoglyphs were designed to be seen by visitors from the sky. While such claims remain speculative, they underscore the profound mystery and fascination these lines inspire, inviting us to contemplate human ambition, ingenuity, and the intersection of myth, science, and art. The Nazca lines also invite reflection on the relationship between humans and their environment. The desert, seemingly inhospitable, was transformed into a canvas for expression, ritual, and communication. By manipulating the landscape on such a massive scale, the Nazca people demonstrated not only technical skill but also a deep connection to their environment, blending practical, spiritual, and artistic concerns in ways that continue to captivate and inspire. Ultimately, the Nazca lines are more than ancient markings. They are a testament to the creativity, knowledge, and ambition of a civilization that sought to leave a permanent mark on the earth. Their scale, precision, and mystery challenge modern understanding of ancient capabilities, while their artistic and symbolic richness offers profound insight into the spiritual and cultural life of the Nazca people. As we study and explore these geoglyphs, we are reminded that human ingenuity has long reached remarkable heights, that ancient societies possessed both technical skill and imagination, and that the mysteries of our past continue to beckon us to uncover their secrets. The Nazca lines remain a timeless puzzle, bridging the realms of art, engineering, spirituality, and astronomy, inspiring wonder and reflection on the extraordinary achievements of our ancestors and the enduring enigma of human history. The Antikythera mechanism, often hailed as the world's first known analog computer, is one of the most astonishing and perplexing discoveries in the history of technology. Unearthed in 1901 from a Roman-era shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera, this intricate device dates back to approximately 100 BCE and has forced scholars to rethink the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations. The mechanism consists of a complex assembly of bronze gears, dials, and inscriptions, designed to predict astronomical phenomena, including solar and lunar eclipses, planetary positions, and even the timing of the ancient Olympic Games. The precision, sophistication, and miniaturization of the gears, some no larger than a fingernail, demonstrate an engineering mastery that would not be seen again in Europe for over 1,000 years, until the development of mechanical clocks in the medieval period. The device is composed of at least 30 interlocking gears, meticulously crafted and arranged to model the irregular motion of celestial bodies. Its design reflects an understanding of the cycles of the moon, the phases of the moon, and the variable speeds of the planets as observed from Earth. The mechanism accounts for the elliptical orbits of celestial bodies, as well as complex phenomena such as the metonic cycle, a 19-year period after which the phases of the moon repeat on the same days of the solar year. This level of astronomical knowledge, combined with mechanical skill, suggests that the creators of the Antikythera mechanism possessed both theoretical understanding and practical ability that rival modern engineering standards. The inscriptions found on the device provide further insight into its purpose and sophistication. Engraved in tiny Greek lettering, the text details instructions for operating the mechanism, references to astronomical cycles, and calendars for tracking events. These inscriptions indicate that the device was intended as a functional tool, likely used by astronomers, scholars, or navigators to understand and predict celestial movements. The combination of mechanical ingenuity and scholarly precision underscores the Antikythera mechanism as both a scientific instrument and a work of applied knowledge. One of the most remarkable aspects of the mechanism is its ability to model the irregularities of celestial motion. Unlike simple gear systems, which produce uniform rotations, the Antikythera mechanism incorporates differential gearing to simulate the elliptical motion of the moon and the variable periods of planetary orbits. This requires not only extraordinary precision in gear fabrication but also an advanced understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and mechanical principles. The engineering challenges involved, calculating ratios, designing interlocking teeth, and ensuring smooth operation, highlight the intellectual and technical sophistication of its creators, revealing a level of technological prowess far beyond what is typically attributed to the Hellenistic period. The discovery of the Antikythera mechanism has profound implications for our understanding of ancient science and technology. It demonstrates that the Greeks possessed knowledge of mechanical principles, astronomy, and mathematics far in advance of what had been previously documented. The mechanism challenges the notion that complex technology is a modern invention, showing that human ingenuity has long reached extraordinary levels, even in antiquity. It also raises questions about what other knowledge and tools may have existed in the ancient world but have been lost to time, shipwrecks, and the decay of perishable materials. Researchers have used advanced imaging techniques, including X-ray tomography and 3D modeling, to study the internal gears and inscriptions of the mechanism. These studies have revealed the device's full complexity, including hidden layers of gears and the careful calibration of each component. The findings suggest that the mechanism was capable of performing calculations with remarkable accuracy, providing predictions of astronomical events decades in advance. Such precision implies not only mechanical expertise but also careful observation and record-keeping over extended periods, pointing to a highly developed scientific culture. The Antikythera mechanism also invites speculation about its social and cultural context. Its existence implies that there was a demand for such sophisticated tools, likely among scholars, navigators, or astronomers engaged in long-term planning, navigation, or religious and ceremonial activities tied to celestial events. The device represents a convergence of scientific knowledge, craftsmanship, and practical application, reflecting a society capable of integrating theoretical understanding with mechanical execution in ways that resonate with modern concepts of engineering and scientific instrumentation. Emotional responses to the Antikythera mechanism are often a mixture of awe, admiration, and wonder. Holding or imagining the device in its original form evokes a sense of connection with the intellectual achievements of a civilization long past. The precision of its gears, the intricacy of its inscriptions, and the foresight embodied in its calculations create a profound appreciation for the ingenuity, patience, and observational skill of its creators. It also provokes reflection on the fragility of knowledge, reminding us that even the most sophisticated inventions can be lost, waiting to be rediscovered centuries later. The Antikythera mechanism's discovery also challenges assumptions about linear technological progress. For centuries, it was assumed that such complex mechanical devices were impossible before the medieval or Renaissance periods. Yet this ancient Greek artifact demonstrates that sophisticated engineering was not only possible but achieved at a level comparable to machinery developed over a millennium later. This forces historians and engineers alike to reconsider the capabilities of ancient civilizations, the transmission of knowledge, and the potential for other lost technologies. Comparisons with other ancient devices suggest that the Antikythera mechanism was part of a broader tradition of mechanical innovation in the Hellenistic world, integrating mathematics, astronomy, and craftsmanship. While no equivalent device of similar complexity has survived, textual evidence hints at knowledge of gears, automatons, and mechanical calculators in the ancient Mediterranean, reinforcing the notion that technological sophistication was more widespread than previously assumed. Ultimately, the Antikythera mechanism is not merely an archaeological artifact, it is a testament to human curiosity, intelligence, and the drive to understand the cosmos. Its gears encode both knowledge and ingenuity, serving as a bridge between observation, calculation, and mechanical execution. The device exemplifies the capacity of humans to translate abstract astronomical principles into tangible, functional technology, demonstrating that innovation, precision, and understanding are qualities that transcend time. The Antikythera mechanism continues to captivate scientists, historians, and enthusiasts alike, serving as a symbol of the hidden potential within ancient civilizations and the enduring human quest to explore, measure, and make sense of the universe. It reminds us that the story of technological progress is not linear, that extraordinary knowledge can emerge in unexpected times and places, and that the boundaries of human capability have long been pushed beyond what conventional history often recognizes. Sacsayhuaman, the colossal fortress perched above the city of Cusco in Peru, stands as one of the most extraordinary examples of megalithic architecture in the ancient world. Constructed by the Inca civilization during the 15th century, Sacsayhuaman is famed for its massive stone walls, intricate fitting of enormous boulders, and precise geometry, all achieved without the use of mortar. The fortress is composed of enormous limestone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, that have been cut and shaped with such precision that the seams between them are nearly invisible, even today. What makes Sacsayhuaman particularly remarkable is not merely the size of the stones, but the extraordinary skill with which they were shaped and interlocked. Each block is unique, contoured to fit perfectly with its neighbors, creating a structure capable of withstanding earthquakes and the test of centuries. This level of craftsmanship, combined with the sheer scale of construction, demonstrates that the Inca possessed not only advanced engineering knowledge but also a sophisticated understanding of materials, geometry, and structural stability. The walls of Sacsayhuaman are laid out in a zigzagging pattern, often described as resembling the teeth of a giant serpent or a symbolic representation of the Incas' sacred cosmology. This design was not merely aesthetic, it served practical purposes as well. The interlocking walls absorb and dissipate seismic energy, enabling the fortress to endure earthquakes that would have destroyed conventional stone structures. The precision of the fitting, achieved without mortar, allows each stone to move slightly under pressure without collapsing, highlighting a profound understanding of mechanical principles and structural resilience. Beyond its architectural and engineering achievements, Sacsayhuaman carries deep cultural and ceremonial significance. The fortress was more than a military installation, it served as a ceremonial center, a symbol of Inca power, and a focal point for religious rituals. The site's layout aligns with astronomical and cosmological patterns, reflecting the Incas' sophisticated understanding of the heavens and their integration of celestial observations into urban and ceremonial planning. Terraces, plazas, and stairways connect different levels of the fortress, facilitating both functional movement and symbolic representation, creating a space that blends engineering, spirituality, and societal organization. The construction of Sacsayhuaman also raises profound questions about Inca logistics and labor organization. Moving, shaping, and positioning stones of such immense size required a highly coordinated workforce and advanced knowledge of leverage, ramps, and transport techniques. Scholars have proposed various methods, including rolling stones on logs, dragging them with ropes, and using inclined planes, but the precision of the stone fitting and the sheer size of the blocks suggest that the Inca may have employed techniques that are not fully understood today. The ability to mobilize large labor forces, maintain organization, and execute such monumental construction within a relatively short historical period highlights the remarkable administrative and social capabilities of the Inca civilization. Archaeological studies and experiments with replica construction techniques have revealed that the Inca were masters of observational knowledge and adaptive engineering. By studying the natural fissures, grain, and properties of each stone, they were able to contour blocks with extreme accuracy, ensuring stability and durability. This approach demonstrates an intimate understanding of the natural world, combining empirical observation with manual skill, and allowing the creation of structures that harmonized with the landscape while remaining resilient against natural forces. Sacsayhuaman's ceremonial significance is further amplified by its spatial and symbolic relationships with Cusco, the heart of the Inca Empire. The fortress overlooks the city, forming a triangle with other important sites, and its design aligns with cardinal directions and sacred lines that connect it to mountains, rivers, and celestial phenomena. This deliberate integration of natural and built environments reflects a worldview in which architecture, astronomy, and spirituality were inseparable, emphasizing the role of monumental construction in both asserting power and embodying cultural and religious beliefs. The fortress also contains evidence of ritualistic use, including open plazas, ceremonial platforms, and structures interpreted as venues for offerings, gatherings, or astronomical observations. These features suggest that Sacsayhuaman functioned as a multifunctional space, simultaneously serving military, religious, and administrative purposes, showcasing the Incas' ability to combine practicality with symbolic and spiritual expression. The emotional impact of Sacsayhuaman is profound. Standing before the massive, perfectly fitted stones, one is struck by the audacity, ingenuity, and skill required to construct such a fortress. The combination of monumental scale, architectural sophistication, and symbolic resonance evokes awe and admiration, creating a tangible connection to a civilization that achieved extraordinary feats without the benefits of modern machinery. Visitors and researchers alike are often left contemplating the knowledge, labor, and vision required to shape stone on such a monumental scale. Comparisons with other megalithic sites around the world, from Baalbek to Machu Picchu and Puma Punku, highlight Sacsayhuaman's unique place in the history of architecture and engineering. While other ancient cultures also manipulated massive stones, the precision, complexity, and resilience of Sacsayhuaman's construction continue to challenge modern understanding. Its interlocking boulders, seismic resistance, and integration with the landscape demonstrate a combination of aesthetic, practical, and symbolic considerations that few structures in human history can match. Sacsayhuaman also raises questions about the transmission of knowledge and lost techniques. The methods used to shape and maneuver stones of such size and precision remain partially unexplained, prompting speculation about specialized skills, apprenticeships, and empirical knowledge passed through generations. The fortress serves as a reminder that ancient civilizations often possessed technical and practical knowledge far beyond what might be assumed based on their apparent technological context. Ultimately, Sacsayhuaman is more than a fortress, it is a testament to the ingenuity, vision, and cultural sophistication of the Inca civilization. Its massive stones, precise interlocking, and harmonious integration with both the landscape and cosmological principles exemplify the pinnacle of human achievement in engineering, architecture, and social organization. The fortress challenges modern assumptions about the limits of ancient technology and invites reflection on the interplay between power, spirituality, and human capability. As an enduring monument, Sacsayhuaman continues to inspire awe, curiosity, and deep admiration, reminding us that the achievements of our ancestors, while often obscured by time, remain profoundly impressive and enduringly mysterious. Standing within its massive walls, one is confronted not only with the tangible power of the Inca but with the intangible legacy of knowledge, skill, and vision that continues to resonate across centuries, bridging the gap between past and present, and challenging our understanding of human potential. Puma Punku, part of the Tiwanaku complex in Bolivia, is widely regarded as one of the most enigmatic and astonishing archaeological sites in the world. Situated near Lake Titicaca at an altitude of over 3,800 meters, Puma Punku showcases an extraordinary level of precision in stone cutting, engineering, and architectural design that continues to baffle researchers and engineers alike. Unlike most ancient ruins, Puma Punku is distinguished by its massive stone blocks, some weighing as much as 130 tons, which are intricately cut with sharp angles, precise grooves, and complex interlocking patterns. These blocks fit together with such precision that modern tools would struggle to replicate them, and in some cases, even a sheet of paper cannot fit between the joints. The precision, scale, and complexity of the construction suggest that the builders possessed a profound understanding of geometry, engineering, and material science, challenging conventional assumptions about the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations in the Andes. The stonework at Puma Punku is remarkable not only for its size but for the sophistication of its machining techniques. The blocks feature perfectly straight edges, right angles, and even precise perpendicular cuts, achieved on some of the hardest stone types, including andesite and red sandstone. The exact methods used to shape, transport, and position these massive stones remain a subject of intense debate. While traditional theories propose the use of simple tools, levers, ramps, and manpower, the unparalleled precision and intricate design suggest the possible use of advanced, perhaps even lost, techniques. Some researchers have speculated that the builders might have employed tools or methods unknown to modern archaeology, pointing to the possibility of sophisticated stone-cutting knowledge that has vanished over the millennia. Puma Punku's layout reflects a highly advanced understanding of spatial planning and architectural design. The site was constructed with precisely aligned terraces, platforms, and passageways, demonstrating careful attention to proportion, symmetry, and orientation. Some researchers note that the complex appears to have astronomical alignments, with structures oriented to the rising and setting of the sun, as well as other celestial events. This integration of architecture, astronomy, and ceremonial function suggests that Puma Punku was not merely a functional site but also a center of cosmological and ritual significance for the Tiwanaku civilization. The arrangement of the massive stone blocks also reveals a sophisticated approach to structural stability and durability. Many blocks were designed with interlocking joints, notches, and grooves that allowed them to fit together like pieces of a giant puzzle, providing resistance to seismic activity common in the Andean region. The precision and durability of these constructions continue to astound engineers today, as the structures have remained remarkably stable for over a millennium despite exposure to harsh environmental conditions, including extreme temperatures, wind, and occasional earthquakes. Beyond its engineering marvels, Puma Punku raises profound questions about the cultural and social organization of the Tiwanaku civilization. The construction of such a site would have required not only skilled artisans but also a highly organized labor force capable of quarrying, transporting, and assembling enormous stones with precision. Coordinating such efforts implies a complex societal structure, including specialized knowledge, planning, administration, and communication, all of which point to a level of civilization far more advanced than traditionally credited for this period in Andean history. The symbolic and ceremonial aspects of Puma Punku are equally intriguing. Some scholars argue that the precision-cut stones, terraces, and ceremonial platforms were designed to facilitate rituals, processions, or offerings to deities connected to astronomy, agriculture, and the cycles of nature. The site may have served as a spiritual and political hub, reinforcing the power and influence of the Tiwanaku elite while embodying their understanding of the cosmos, the environment, and social hierarchy. The fusion of utility, ritual, and architectural genius at Puma Punku underscores the holistic approach of the civilization, where science, art, and spirituality were intertwined. The site also raises enduring mysteries regarding its construction techniques, particularly the methods used to transport and manipulate massive stones. Some blocks were quarried from sites several kilometers away, yet no evidence of advanced machinery exists. Theories range from the use of ramps, levers, and wooden sledges to more speculative ideas involving lost technologies or unknown mechanical principles. The precision achieved in cutting and placing the stones further complicates these theories, suggesting that the builders may have had sophisticated measurement tools and techniques, potentially lost over centuries of cultural upheaval and natural decay. Puma Punku's enduring mystery is amplified by its apparent destruction and partial dismantling over time. Earthquakes, erosion, and possible human intervention have scattered many of the stones, creating an enigmatic puzzle for modern archaeologists attempting to reconstruct the original layout. Despite this, the remaining structures and scattered blocks continue to reveal the extraordinary capabilities of the builders, offering tantalizing glimpses into a civilization capable of feats that challenge modern engineering and historical understanding. Emotional responses to Puma Punku are often a mixture of awe, fascination, and incredulity. Standing among the colossal stones, one cannot help but marvel at the skill, vision, and effort required to manipulate such massive blocks with precision, especially at high altitude and with limited technology. The site evokes a profound sense of connection to human ingenuity and the mysteries of the past, reminding visitors that ancient civilizations achieved monumental feats that continue to inspire and confound. Comparisons with other megalithic sites, such as Sacsayhuaman, Baalbek, and the pyramids of Giza, highlight Puma Punku's unique characteristics. While the sheer scale of stones at Baalbek or Giza is comparable, the precision, interlocking design, and complex geometry of Puma Punku set it apart. The site exemplifies an advanced understanding of both the physical properties of stone and the principles of engineering, suggesting that the Tiwanaku civilization possessed knowledge and skills that are difficult to reconcile with conventional historical timelines. Ultimately, Puma Punku stands as a monument to the ingenuity, ambition, and intellectual capacity of the Tiwanaku civilization. Its massive, precisely cut stones, complex interlocking systems, and enigmatic design reflect a society capable of combining artistry, engineering, and cosmology in ways that continue to challenge modern understanding. The site invites reflection on lost knowledge, ancient technological achievement, and the mysteries of human history that remain hidden in the highlands of Bolivia. Puma Punku is more than an archaeological site, it is a testament to human vision, precision, and the enduring allure of unsolved mysteries, compelling us to reconsider what is possible when human intelligence, ingenuity, and determination converge to shape the world in ways that continue to awe and inspire thousands of years later. Göbekli Tepe, perched atop a remote hill in southeastern Turkey, is widely regarded as one of the most profound and transformative archaeological discoveries of the 21st century. Dated to around 9600 BCE, this monumental site predates Stonehenge by more than 6,000 years and challenges long-held assumptions about the origins of human civilization. Unlike other prehistoric sites, Göbekli Tepe was not a settlement but a ceremonial complex, constructed by hunter-gatherer societies before the widespread advent of agriculture. The site consists of massive T-shaped limestone pillars arranged in circular and oval enclosures, some weighing up to 20 tons, intricately carved with depictions of animals, abstract symbols, and enigmatic motifs. The scale, complexity, and precision of these structures suggest that the builders possessed sophisticated organizational skills, architectural knowledge, and symbolic thinking far beyond what has traditionally been attributed to pre-agricultural societies. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe has revolutionized our understanding of the Neolithic period, demonstrating that humans were capable of monumental construction and complex social organization thousands of years earlier than previously believed. The T-shaped pillars, some standing over 6 meters high, are carved with detailed representations of lions, snakes, boars, vultures, and other animals, as well as abstract symbols whose meaning remains unknown. These carvings are executed with remarkable skill, displaying both artistic talent and deep symbolic or ritualistic intent. The arrangement of the pillars within circular enclosures suggests careful planning and architectural understanding, with precise placement, alignment, and proportion contributing to the site's overall cohesion. Some researchers have proposed that the enclosures were aligned with celestial phenomena, perhaps tracking solstices, equinoxes, or star patterns, indicating a sophisticated awareness of astronomy and the natural world. The presence of such elaborate structures in a society that had not yet fully adopted sedentary farming practices challenges conventional models of social evolution. Traditional archaeological theory posits that complex monument building and hierarchical organization emerge after the development of agriculture, which allows for food surpluses and sustained labor forces. Göbekli Tepe turns this assumption on its head. The builders were hunter-gatherers, yet they coordinated labor, transported massive stones, and created monumental architecture that required not only physical strength but social cohesion, planning, and possibly ritual motivation. This suggests that religious or ceremonial imperatives may have been a driving force behind the development of social complexity, rather than agriculture alone. The construction techniques employed at Göbekli Tepe are equally remarkable. Quarrying, shaping, and erecting pillars weighing multiple tons required ingenuity, tools, and collaborative effort. Although simple stone tools were used, the precision with which the pillars were carved and positioned demonstrates advanced understanding of leverage, balance, and structural integrity. The arrangement of the pillars in circles and ovals, along with the intricate carvings, indicates that the builders had a conceptual vision of the final structure and the skill to execute it, blending functionality, aesthetics, and symbolism seamlessly. Göbekli Tepe also provides unique insights into the spiritual and intellectual life of early humans. The carvings of predatory animals, abstract symbols, and geometric motifs suggest a rich symbolic language and a sophisticated worldview. Some researchers have interpreted the imagery as representing mythological or cosmological concepts, possibly linked to beliefs about life, death, the natural world, or the afterlife. The site appears to have served as a gathering place for ritual, ceremony, and possibly the transmission of knowledge, highlighting the cognitive and cultural sophistication of the people who built it. The social organization required to construct Göbekli Tepe is equally compelling. Coordinating labor for quarrying, carving, and erecting massive stones, while also providing food, shelter, and support for large groups, implies a high degree of social cohesion and leadership. Estimates suggest that hundreds, if not thousands, of people were involved in building the enclosures over centuries. This challenges previous notions of hunter-gatherer societies as small, nomadic, and egalitarian, suggesting instead that these early humans were capable of complex cooperation, long-term planning, and large-scale projects motivated by spiritual or communal imperatives. The enigmatic nature of Göbekli Tepe is further deepened by the deliberate burial of the site around 8000 BCE. After centuries of use, the enclosures were intentionally filled with soil, effectively hiding them for thousands of years. The reasons for this act remain unknown, but it may have been related to ritual closure, social change, or a transformation in cultural practices. This deliberate concealment preserved the structures in remarkable condition, allowing modern archaeologists to uncover an unparalleled glimpse into early monumental architecture and prehistoric society. The emotional impact of Göbekli Tepe is profound. Standing among the massive pillars, one is confronted with the realization that humans, thousands of years before the wheel or written language, were capable of extraordinary vision, coordination, and craftsmanship. The site evokes awe at both its scale and the sophistication of its symbolic language, inspiring contemplation of the spiritual, social, and intellectual capacities of our distant ancestors. Comparisons with later megalithic sites, such as Stonehenge, the pyramids of Egypt, or Tiwanaku, highlight Göbekli Tepe's revolutionary significance. While those sites demonstrate advanced construction techniques, the sheer age and context of Göbekli Tepe, built by hunter-gatherers, make it arguably the earliest known example of monumental architecture, predating organized cities, agriculture, and complex state societies. It forces a re-evaluation of the sequence of human societal development, suggesting that religion and ceremony may have catalyzed the formation of social complexity rather than being byproducts of it. The site also invites speculation about lost knowledge, cultural transmission, and the mysteries of prehistoric human cognition. The precise techniques used to quarry, carve, and erect the pillars, combined with the symbolic sophistication evident in the carvings, imply an intellectual tradition that is largely lost to history. Göbekli Tepe stands as a testament to human creativity, ingenuity, and the enduring drive to construct meaning in the world, serving as a bridge between the unknown past and the present understanding of civilization. Ultimately, Göbekli Tepe is more than a collection of stones, it is a profound statement about the potential of early human societies. It embodies the capacity for visionary thought, technical innovation, social organization, and symbolic communication at a time when humanity was transitioning from nomadic life to permanent settlement. The site challenges assumptions, provokes wonder, and inspires questions about the origins of civilization, the role of ritual in societal development, and the depth of prehistoric human knowledge. In contemplating Göbekli Tepe, one is reminded that the dawn of human monumental architecture emerged not from the conveniences of agriculture or urban life, but from the vision, ambition, and spiritual drive of people who sought to shape their world in ways that continue to astonish us over 12 millennia later. The Yonaguni Monument, submerged off the coast of Yonaguni Island in Japan's Ryukyu chain, stands as one of the most mysterious and debated archaeological sites in the world. Discovered in 1986 by a local diver named Kihachiro Aratake, the monument consists of massive underwater rock formations that appear to be carved terraces, stairways, and platforms, some extending over 150 meters in length and rising 27 meters above the seabed. The precision, scale, and geometric regularity of these structures have sparked a heated debate among geologists, archaeologists, and enthusiasts alike. Are these formations natural, or do they represent the remnants of a highly advanced, now submerged civilization? Proponents of the man-made theory point to the remarkably straight edges, sharp angles, and precise right-angled terraces that seem unlikely to occur through purely geological processes. Some of the formations resemble architectural features familiar to humans, staircases, platforms, and monolithic blocks, suggesting intentional shaping, placement, or carving. The site's complexity, combined with its underwater location, adds a sense of drama and intrigue, evoking visions of a lost civilization erased by rising seas at the end of the last ice age. Those advocating for the natural formation hypothesis argue that the geological processes in the area, including tectonic activity, sedimentation, and erosion, could account for the straight edges, terraces, and polygonal features observed. The region is known for its stratified sandstone and mudstone layers, which can fracture in linear and angular patterns due to natural stresses. Yet, even skeptics admit that some aspects of the monument, such as the precision of certain terraces and the presence of apparent steps rising over multiple levels, are difficult to reconcile with purely natural explanations. The debate itself highlights the profound ambiguity of Yonaguni, a site that seems to exist on the boundary between nature and human ingenuity. The sheer scale of the formations adds to their mystery. Some blocks weigh hundreds of tons, and the terraces are arranged across multiple levels, forming a structure that is both massive and intricate. If the site is man-made, this would imply that a civilization capable of precise stone cutting, planning, and construction existed more than 10,000 years ago, potentially predating known advanced societies by millennia. The implications of such a discovery are staggering. A sophisticated culture capable of monumental architecture submerged by rising sea levels, leaving behind traces that challenge conventional historical timelines. Excavations and underwater surveys have revealed features that appear to be deliberate pathways, terraces, and angular platforms, some aligned with cardinal directions. These characteristics suggest a conscious effort to organize space and design functional or ceremonial structures. The precision of the edges, combined with certain features that resemble steps, ramps, or platforms, hints at advanced knowledge of geometry, spatial planning, and construction techniques. Furthermore, some researchers have identified carvings resembling humanoid figures or symbolic markings, adding to the possibility that Yonaguni was more than a natural formation. The site's underwater preservation has paradoxically contributed to its mystery. Rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age, roughly 10,000 years ago, are believed to have submerged the monument, shielding it from erosion, human interference, and the passage of time. This submersion complicates excavation, analysis, and dating, making it difficult to draw definitive conclusions about its origin. Yet it also preserves features that would have been lost on land, offering a tantalizing glimpse of structures that may have been part of a once thriving civilization. If the Yonaguni monument is indeed human-made, it forces a re-evaluation of what we understand about prehistoric societies. The construction would have required not only skilled labor and architectural knowledge but also an understanding of the natural environment, stone selection, and techniques for shaping and moving massive blocks. The implications extend beyond engineering. It suggests a level of social organization, cultural development, and intellectual sophistication previously unrecognized for the period. The possibility of a submerged civilization challenges conventional timelines, hinting at a chapter of human history that has been largely erased by natural catastrophes. The emotional impact of Yonaguni is profound. Diving among the terraces and blocks, one is struck by the monumental scale, the precision, and the enduring mystery of the site. The interplay of light, shadow, and the turquoise waters gives the formations an otherworldly quality, evoking both awe and unease. The site becomes a bridge between imagination and reality, prompting reflections on lost knowledge, the impermanence of civilizations, and the resilience of human ingenuity in the face of time and nature. Yonaguni also resonates with other enigmatic megalithic sites worldwide, including Puma Punku, Sacsayhuaman, and the Pyramids of Giza. These locations share common themes: precise stonework, monumental scale, and enduring mysteries that defy conventional explanation. While differences in geography, culture, and technology are evident, the recurring pattern of ancient societies achieving extraordinary feats with limited technology underscores a universal human capacity for innovation, planning, and symbolic expression. Scientific studies continue to investigate the Yonaguni monument. Divers, sonar mapping, and submersible expeditions have provided detailed images, revealing terraces, steps, and rectangular blocks that suggest deliberate design. Radiocarbon dating of surrounding sediments and analysis of marine growth offer some insights into the timeline of submersion, supporting the idea that the structures were above sea level at the end of the last ice age. However, the debate between natural formation and human construction remains unresolved, keeping the monument in a state of perpetual intrigue. Theories surrounding Yonaguni often extend into speculation about lost civilizations, advanced prehistoric societies, or forgotten chapters of human history. Some propose that the site was part of a sunken city, destroyed by catastrophic events such as earthquakes or rising seas, leaving only fragments visible beneath the water. Others suggest ritual or ceremonial purposes, arguing that the terraces and platforms could have hosted gatherings, observances, or cultural events. While evidence is inconclusive, these hypotheses fuel fascination, imagination, and ongoing exploration. Ultimately, the Yonaguni monument embodies the intersection of natural wonder, human curiosity, and historical mystery. Whether the formations are the product of nature, human ingenuity, or a combination of both, they challenge our understanding of prehistoric capability, resilience, and creativity. The site reminds us that much of human history may remain hidden beneath the waves, waiting to be discovered, interpreted, and understood. It evokes profound questions about the continuity of civilizations, the fragility of human achievement, and the enduring drive to shape, transform, and leave a mark upon the world. Standing among the submerged terraces and monolithic blocks, one is confronted with a sense of awe and humility, realizing that the past is vast, complex, and often concealed, and that mysteries like Yonaguni connect us to generations long vanished beneath the currents of time. The monument is not just a curiosity, it is a challenge to historians, archaeologists, and explorers alike, inviting each generation to confront the unknown and reconsider what is possible in human history. The Baghdad Battery, an artifact shrouded in intrigue and speculation, is often cited as one of the most controversial pieces of evidence suggesting that ancient civilizations may have possessed knowledge of electricity long before modern times. Discovered in the 1930s near Baghdad, Iraq, In the ruins of the Parthian city of Ctesiphon, the artifact consists of a clay jar approximately 13 centimeters tall, containing a copper cylinder encasing an iron rod. Some researchers propose that when filled with an acidic liquid, such as vinegar or lemon juice, the device could function as a primitive galvanic cell, capable of producing a small electric current. While mainstream scholars remain skeptical, the possibility that this object represents an early form of electrical experimentation has captivated scientists, engineers, and enthusiasts, raising profound questions about the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations and the origins of scientific knowledge. The jar itself is deceptively simple, yet its design demonstrates an understanding of materials and their interaction. The copper cylinder, insulated from the iron rod by an asphalt or bitumen layer, would prevent direct contact, allowing an electrolyte solution to complete the circuit and generate a potential difference. Such an arrangement mirrors the basic principles of a modern battery, where chemical reactions create a flow of electrons, producing electricity. The possibility that ancient engineers understood these interactions, even empirically, challenges assumptions about the linear progression of technological knowledge and opens the door to speculation about lost experiments or undocumented innovation. Some proponents of the ancient battery theory suggest that the Baghdad battery could have been used for electroplating or coating objects with thin layers of precious metals, a technique known in later periods but not previously attributed to Parthian-era civilizations. Traces of corrosion and chemical residue found inside similar jars have been interpreted as evidence that the device was indeed used for some form of electrical experimentation. While no conclusive evidence exists to prove intentional electrical usage, the artifact demonstrates that the materials and configuration were capable of producing a small electric current, suggesting the possibility that ancient engineers were experimenting with chemical and physical principles long before formal scientific methods were developed. The cultural and historical context of the Baghdad battery further deepens the mystery. The Parthian Empire, spanning from 247 BCE to 224 CE, was known for its advanced engineering, trade networks, and artistic achievements. The presence of a potentially functional electrical device in this environment hints at a curiosity-driven approach to experimentation, observation, and material manipulation. Even if the battery was not intended for electrical use, its construction reflects a level of sophistication and ingenuity that aligns with the empire's broader technological and artistic capabilities. Skeptics, however, caution against overinterpretation. Many argue that the jar could have been used for mundane purposes, such as storing scrolls, sacred texts, or liquids, and that the configuration resembling a battery is coincidental. The absence of direct historical records describing its function leaves room for conjecture, making it difficult to definitively determine whether the artifact represents a functional electrical device or a simple container. Nevertheless, the mere possibility of such ancient experimentation has fueled centuries of fascination, blending archaeology, science, and imagination. Experimental reconstructions of the Baghdad battery have demonstrated that when filled with acidic solutions, the device can indeed generate small amounts of electricity, enough to power rudimentary electroplating processes or simple chemical reactions. Such experiments illustrate that, at the very least, the artifact embodies a principle of electrochemistry that modern science formally recognized only in the 18th and 19th centuries. Whether this knowledge was intentional, accidental, or symbolic remains a subject of heated debate, but the demonstration underscores the potential of ancient materials and ingenuity to achieve outcomes that parallel modern discoveries. The Baghdad battery also invites reflection on the broader implications of lost or hidden knowledge in human history. If ancient engineers did experiment with electricity, even at a rudimentary level, it suggests that civilizations may have explored scientific principles in ways that were not systematically documented or preserved. Over time, these experiments could have been forgotten, misunderstood, or discarded, leaving tantalizing traces like the Baghdad battery to challenge modern understanding. The artifact becomes more than an object, it is a symbol of human curiosity, experimentation, and the ongoing quest to understand and manipulate the natural world. Emotional responses to the Baghdad battery often mix wonder, skepticism, and a sense of connection to the ingenuity of the past. Imagining a Parthian engineer or artisan carefully constructing the device, perhaps testing its capabilities or observing its effects, evokes a profound sense of continuity with the human drive to explore, invent, and understand. The possibility that our ancestors engaged in electrical experimentation thousands of years ago inspires awe and challenges assumptions about the timeline of technological development. Comparisons with other enigmatic artifacts, such as the Antikythera mechanism or the Baghdad battery's potential connection to early electroplating, highlight a recurring theme in ancient history: civilizations achieving sophisticated technological feats long before conventional records indicate. These artifacts collectively suggest that the evolution of scientific knowledge was not strictly linear, and that ingenuity, observation, and experimentation may have flourished in unexpected times and places. The implications of the Baghdad battery extend beyond archaeology into philosophy and the understanding of human potential. It raises questions about what other technologies might have existed in antiquity, how knowledge is transmitted or lost over generations, and the extent to which human curiosity drives innovation even without formal scientific frameworks. The artifact encourages us to reconsider the boundaries of possibility, challenging the assumption that electricity and related technologies are solely the product of modern experimentation. Whether the battery was functional, symbolic, or purely coincidental in design, it represents a bridge between ancient observation, material understanding, and the intellectual curiosity that continues to define humanity. Ultimately, the Baghdad battery is more than a jar with a copper cylinder and iron rod. It is a profound symbol of the enduring human quest to explore, experiment, and harness the forces of nature. Its enigmatic purpose, sophisticated design, and potential function illustrate the ingenuity of ancient civilizations and challenge the conventional narrative of technological progress. As researchers continue to study and debate its origin, purpose, and capabilities, the Baghdad battery remains a potent reminder that history often contains hidden chapters of knowledge, innovation, and experimentation waiting to be rediscovered. Standing in contemplation of this small yet extraordinary artifact, one is struck by the timeless drive of human curiosity, the persistence of ingenuity across millennia, and the tantalizing possibility that ancient civilizations may have glimpsed principles of science that we continue to explore and understand today. The Moai of Easter Island, standing as silent sentinels across the windswept plains of Rapa Nui, are among the most iconic and enigmatic monuments of the ancient world. These colossal stone statues, created by the island's Polynesian inhabitants between 1250 and 1500 CE, range in height from 4 to 10 meters, with some weighing more than 80 tons. Carved from volcanic tuff, a soft but durable stone, the Moai feature oversized heads, elongated torsos, and stylized facial features that convey a profound sense of authority, reverence, and otherworldliness. What makes the Moai particularly fascinating is not only their sheer scale but the mysteries surrounding their transportation, erection, and purpose. The island, isolated in the South Pacific over 2,000 kilometers from the nearest landmass, presents a logistical challenge that has puzzled archaeologists, engineers, and historians for centuries. How did the Rapa Nui move these massive statues across rugged terrain, up hills, and into precise ceremonial positions without modern machinery? Theories abound. Some suggest the statues were transported horizontally on wooden sledges or rollers, while others propose a walking method, rocking the Moai forward using ropes in a coordinated manner. Experimental archaeology has shown that with enough manpower, careful planning, and ingenuity, these methods are feasible, but the operation would have required extraordinary organization, cooperation, and social coordination. This raises questions not only about the technical skill of the Rapa Nui but also about the societal structures and cultural motivations that drove such monumental projects. The Moai are more than artistic masterpieces, they embody the spiritual, political, and ancestral worldviews of the Rapa Nui people. Most of the statues were erected on ceremonial platforms called ahu, which often served as graves or markers for important ancestors. The Moai's imposing presence, gazing inland rather than toward the ocean, symbolizes a watchful guardianship over the community, connecting the living with the spiritual power of forebears. Each statue was meticulously crafted, with attention to proportion, detail, and symbolic features, reflecting both the artistic sophistication and the cultural values of the islanders. The logistics and techniques of Moai construction highlight a profound understanding of stoneworking and physics. Carvers used basalt hand chisels to sculpt the statues from volcanic tuff quarries, shaping heads, torsos, and facial features with remarkable precision. Once carved, the Moai were transported and erected on Ahu platforms, requiring knowledge of leverage, balance, and coordination. Some researchers suggest that the statues' elongated heads may not only carry aesthetic or symbolic significance but also contribute to the structural stability during movement and positioning. The complexity of these operations suggests that the Rapa Nui society had specialized artisans, labor divisions, and leadership structures capable of overseeing large-scale engineering projects. Beyond their construction, the Moai evoke profound questions about societal sustainability, environmental impact, and human ambition. The deforestation of Easter Island is often linked to the massive logistical efforts involved in moving the statues, as trees may have been cut down to provide rollers, sledges, and structural support. This environmental transformation likely contributed to resource scarcity, social tension, and eventual cultural shifts, illustrating the delicate balance between monumental ambition and ecological stewardship. The story of the Moai is thus a testament not only to human ingenuity but also to the consequences of technological and societal activity on the environment. The emotional impact of the Moai is immediate and enduring. Standing before these colossal figures, one experiences a profound sense of awe, wonder, and contemplation. The silent gaze of the statues, etched into stone centuries ago, creates a connection across time, evoking questions about the lives, beliefs, and motivations of the people who created them. The sense of mystery is heightened by the incomplete statues still lying in quarries, and by the secrets of the transportation methods that remain partially unresolved, reinforcing the sense that human history contains both incredible achievement and enduring enigma. Comparisons with other megalithic sites worldwide reveal both parallels and unique aspects of the Moai. Like Puma Punku, Sacsayhuaman, and the pyramids of Egypt, the Moai demonstrate a capacity for monumental construction, precise planning, and cultural expression that transcends their technological context. However, the Moai stand apart due to their isolation, the ingenuity required for transportation, and the combination of artistry, symbolism, and community cohesion embedded in their creation. They represent a society's ability to transform natural landscapes into a sacred and symbolic space, reflecting both spiritual devotion and social organization. The Moai also challenge conventional assumptions about the progression of civilization. While the Rapa Nui were isolated and technologically limited compared to contemporary continental societies, their achievements in engineering, artistry, and organization rival those of far larger civilizations. The statues suggest that human innovation, creativity, and cultural expression are not strictly dependent on population size, written language, or access to advanced tools, but can emerge in response to social, spiritual, and environmental imperatives. Furthermore, the Moai invite reflection on the broader human impulse to leave a mark on the world. Across continents and millennia, societies have sought to express identity, belief, and power through monumental construction, whether in the form of pyramids, stone circles, or massive statues. The Moai exemplify this universal drive, embodying the intersection of technical skill, cultural symbolism, and collective ambition, while also demonstrating the challenges of balancing human ingenuity with environmental and societal sustainability. Despite centuries of study, the Moai remain partially enigmatic. New archaeological techniques, including ground-penetrating radar, 3D modeling, and isotopic analysis, continue to reveal insights into their construction, transportation, and cultural significance. Yet many questions remain unanswered. How were the heaviest statues moved with such precision? What rituals accompanied their creation and placement? How did the society adapt to environmental pressures while sustaining monumental projects? Each discovery adds depth but also underscores the enduring mystery, inviting ongoing investigation and fascination. Ultimately, the Moai of Easter Island are far more than stone statues. They are a testament to human vision, skill, and the timeless desire to connect with ancestors, the spiritual world, and the landscape itself. Their imposing presence, technical sophistication, and symbolic resonance invite awe, reflection, and speculation, reminding us that ancient civilizations, even in remote corners of the world, achieved feats that continue to inspire wonder and challenge our understanding of human capability. Standing before these monumental figures, one is reminded that human ambition, creativity, and the search for meaning are constants across time, and that the mysteries of the past remain an enduring source of fascination, insight, and inspiration. The Voynich manuscript, often described as the world's most mysterious book, continues to baffle scholars, cryptographers, and linguists over a century after its discovery. Named after Wilfrid Voynich, the rare book dealer who acquired it in 1912, the manuscript dates back to the early 15th century, though some researchers suggest parts may be older. Its origins, authorship, and purpose remain entirely unknown, creating an enduring enigma that has fascinated everyone from professional academics to amateur codebreakers. The manuscript is composed of approximately 240 vellum pages, filled with flowing, undecipherable text written in an unknown script that does not match any known language. Every attempt to decode the text using modern linguistic methods, cryptographic analysis, or statistical modeling has so far failed, leaving experts uncertain whether it represents an invented language, an elaborate cipher, or even a sophisticated hoax. Beyond the mystery of its writing, the manuscript is illustrated with hundreds of intricate drawings that depict plants, astronomical diagrams, human figures, and strange biological forms that do not correspond directly to known species or medical practices. These illustrations suggest a detailed understanding of natural processes, anatomy, cosmology, or ritualistic practice, yet they remain frustratingly opaque, offering tantalizing hints without providing clear answers. One of the most striking aspects of the Voynich manuscript is the apparent consistency and structure of its script. The text flows in a deliberate, systematic manner, with repeating patterns, unique glyphs, and discernible word boundaries, all of which suggest intentional communication rather than random symbols. Cryptographers have analyzed letter frequencies, syntax-like structures, and statistical patterns, noting similarities to natural language distributions, yet no one has succeeded in mapping the text to any known linguistic system. Some theorists speculate that it may represent a lost or constructed language, a coded system of knowledge, or even a mnemonic device intended for internal use by a select group. The botanical illustrations, while mesmerizing, add to the manuscript's mystery. Many of the depicted plants appear unfamiliar or fantastical, combining features of multiple species or entirely imaginary forms. Some researchers propose that these illustrations encode medicinal, alchemical, or symbolic information, while others suggest that the plants may be metaphorical, representing concepts, philosophical ideas, or hidden knowledge rather than literal botanical references. In this sense, the manuscript becomes not only a puzzle of language but a visual enigma, requiring interpretation on multiple levels simultaneously. Astronomical and cosmological diagrams further complicate the Voynich manuscript's interpretation. Stars, moons, zodiac-like symbols, and circular charts appear throughout, sometimes connected to human figures, botanical elements, or other symbols. These diagrams suggest an interest in celestial patterns, cycles, or astrological observations, hinting that the manuscript may have served as a compendium of knowledge linking natural, spiritual, and cosmic phenomena. Yet the exact meaning of these diagrams, and their relationship to the undeciphered text, remains unknown, leaving scholars to speculate about their intended use and significance. The human figures depicted within the manuscript are equally perplexing. Many illustrations show nude female forms interacting with strange vessels, tubes, and pools of liquid, sometimes in contexts that appear medical, ritualistic, or symbolic. The depictions are both detailed and surreal, blending realistic anatomy with imaginative elements. Some researchers interpret these scenes as illustrations of medicinal practices, alchemical processes, or fertility rituals, while others see them as metaphorical or encoded representations of knowledge inaccessible to the modern eye. The manuscript's physical characteristics also provide clues to its origins and authenticity. Carbon dating places the vellum to the early 1400s, while analysis of ink and pigment supports the same period. The careful preparation of pages, meticulous illustrations, and consistent handwriting suggest a skilled artisan or team of artisans invested considerable effort in producing the work. This level of craftsmanship, combined with the apparent complexity of the text, implies that the manuscript was a serious intellectual endeavor rather than a casual creation, and that its contents were intended for preservation and transmission, even if the intended audience or purpose remains unknown. Over the years, the Voynich manuscript has attracted an extraordinary array of attention and speculation. Cryptographers, from World War II codebreakers to contemporary computer scientists, have attempted to unlock its secrets using both traditional and advanced computational methods. Linguists have analyzed its structure, syntax, and phonetic patterns, while historians have investigated provenance, artistic style, and potential cultural influences. Despite these exhaustive efforts, no definitive interpretation has emerged, and the manuscript retains its reputation as an unsolvable puzzle. Some theorists propose that it may encode hidden scientific knowledge, esoteric philosophy, or secret mystical teachings. Others suggest that it represents an elaborate literary or artistic experiment, a private codex meant to communicate ideas only intelligible to its creator. The emotional and psychological allure of the Voynich manuscript is profound. It evokes a sense of awe, curiosity, and even frustration, as readers confront the impossibility of fully understanding a document that seems to straddle the boundary between genius and enigma. The manuscript invites imaginative engagement, compelling researchers and enthusiasts alike to consider the capacities of human cognition, the preservation of knowledge, and the potential for lost or hidden intellectual traditions. Comparisons with other historical enigmas, such as the Antikythera mechanism, the Phaistos disk, or the Baghdad battery, emphasize a recurring theme. Throughout human history, individuals and societies have created works of astonishing complexity whose meaning and purpose are partially or entirely lost to us. The Voynich manuscript, in this context, represents both the potential of human intellect and the fragility of knowledge when transmitted across centuries. Some speculative interpretations link the manuscript to secretive alchemical practices, hidden medical knowledge, or esoteric philosophical systems. These hypotheses suggest that the Voynich manuscript may have functioned as a manual for initiates, containing coded instructions for understanding natural, spiritual, or cosmic laws. While unproven, such interpretations underscore the manuscript's ability to capture the imagination and challenge assumptions about the capabilities and intentions of its creators. Ultimately, the Voynich manuscript is more than an undeciphered book. It is a symbol of human curiosity, creativity, and the enduring desire to understand and communicate complex knowledge. Its unreadable script, fantastical illustrations, and mysterious origins compel us to confront the limits of our understanding while inspiring a sense of wonder at the intellectual and artistic achievements of the past. The manuscript stands as a testament to the capacity for secrecy, ingenuity, and imagination in human history, reminding us that even in eras before modern science and technology, individuals sought to capture, encode, and transmit knowledge in ways that challenge, inspire, and captivate us to this day. For those who encounter it, the Voynich manuscript becomes an intellectual and emotional journey, bridging centuries, cultures, and disciplines, and leaving a lingering sense that history holds secrets still waiting to be discovered, deciphered, and understood. Baalbek, located in the Bekaa Valley of modern-day Lebanon, is home to some of the most awe-inspiring and enigmatic megalithic structures in the ancient world. Often referred to as the City of the Sun, Baalbek was an important religious and ceremonial center during antiquity, particularly under Roman influence, but the site's origins stretch far earlier, hinting at civilizations capable of feats of engineering that challenge our understanding. What makes Baalbek extraordinary is not only its monumental temples but the colossal stones used in their construction, some of which remain the largest blocks ever quarried and moved by humans. The Trilithon, a section of the Temple of Jupiter, consists of 6 massive stones, each measuring approximately 19 meters long, 4 meters high, and weighing an estimated 800 tons. Nearby, the Stone of the Pregnant Woman weighs around 1,000 tons, making it one of the heaviest stones ever manipulated by humans, while even larger stones lie abandoned in the quarries, suggesting construction ambitions that may have exceeded contemporary technological capabilities. The precision with which these stones were cut, shaped, and aligned is astonishing. Despite their immense weight, the blocks fit together with remarkable accuracy, creating foundations and walls that have withstood centuries of earthquakes, weathering, and human activity. Scholars have speculated on the methods used to move and position such massive stones, proposing the use of rollers, levers, inclined planes, and massive labor forces, yet no definitive explanation exists. The sheer scale and ambition of the project suggest a civilization with sophisticated organizational skills, advanced engineering knowledge, and possibly lost techniques for moving megaliths. The temples of Baalbek were not only architectural marvels but also centers of religious and ceremonial activity. Dedicated to Jupiter, Venus, and Bacchus under Roman rule, the temples incorporated earlier sacred traditions, hinting at continuity of spiritual significance spanning multiple civilizations. The alignment, orientation, and design of the temples suggest careful consideration of astronomical, environmental, and ritualistic factors, reflecting a worldview in which architecture, religion, and cosmology were deeply interconnected. Some researchers propose that Baalbek's megaliths were not merely functional but symbolic, representing divine or cosmic order, monumental power, or the enduring presence of the gods in human society. The logistics of quarrying, transporting, and erecting stones of such magnitude at Baalbek remain a subject of intense debate. Modern engineering estimates suggest that moving stones weighing hundreds of tons would require innovative techniques, careful planning, and coordinated labor on an unprecedented scale. Some stones were transported several kilometers from nearby quarries, suggesting that ancient engineers had knowledge of mechanics, leverage, and manpower organization that rivals modern expectations. The partially unfinished stones in the quarries raise further questions. Were the builders attempting feats that exceeded their capabilities, or were they interrupted by social, environmental, or political upheaval? The emotional and psychological impact of Baalbek is profound. Standing before the colossal stones, one experiences a mix of awe, disbelief, and curiosity, pondering the human ingenuity, determination, and coordination necessary to manipulate such enormous objects. The sight evokes a sense of connection to a lost world, where ambition, religion, and technical skill converge to create structures that continue to astonish and inspire. Baalbek also invites comparison with other megalithic sites around the globe, such as Puma Punku, Sacsayhuaman, and the pyramids of Egypt. These sites share common themes: manipulation of massive stones, precise architectural planning, and symbolic or ceremonial significance. Yet Baalbek's combination of size, weight, and partially unfinished stones sets it apart, suggesting that its builders operated at the very limits of human capability and may have possessed knowledge now lost to history. Speculation about the origins and purpose of Baalbek's megaliths is widespread. Some researchers propose that the site predates Roman occupation, hinting at a much older civilization with advanced engineering skills. Others suggest that the sheer size of the stones may indicate the use of techniques or knowledge that have since been forgotten, possibly involving levers, counterweights, or methods that modern archaeologists have yet to reconstruct. The debate over Baalbek touches on broader questions about lost knowledge, ancient ingenuity, and the limits of human capability. The site's enduring mystery is compounded by historical documentation and local legends. Ancient writers describe Baalbek as a city of great antiquity and religious significance, with myths attributing its construction to giants or divine intervention. While such accounts are often dismissed as exaggeration or myth, they reflect a recognition of the extraordinary nature of the site even in antiquity, suggesting that the scale and sophistication of the megaliths were awe-inspiring to contemporaries as well as to modern observers. Baalbek's architectural and engineering achievements also reveal insights into societal organization, resource management, and labor mobilization. The construction of massive temples and the transportation of enormous stones would have required a highly organized society, skilled artisans, and coordinated planning over decades, if not centuries. Such endeavors point to complex social hierarchies, the presence of specialized knowledge, and the capacity for long-term project management, highlighting that ancient civilizations were capable of technical and organizational feats rivaling modern expectations. The symbolic significance of Baalbek cannot be overstated. The site embodies the intersection of human ambition, spiritual devotion, and technological mastery. Its monumental stones serve as a testament to the enduring human desire to reach beyond the ordinary, to express power, reverence, and cosmological understanding in tangible form. Baalbek invites reflection on the nature of ancient civilizations, the transmission of knowledge, and the ways in which societies express identity and authority through architecture. Ultimately, Baalbek is a place where mystery, ambition, and skill converge. Its colossal stones, precise construction, and enigmatic history challenge conventional understanding of human capability, engineering, and societal organization. The site inspires wonder, questioning, and awe, compelling modern observers to consider the extraordinary possibilities of ancient ingenuity. Whether constructed by Romans, earlier civilizations, or lost cultures, Baalbek remains a symbol of human determination, vision, and the enduring allure of monuments that defy explanation. Standing in the shadow of the trilithon, one is reminded that history is filled with achievements that continue to challenge our understanding and spark imagination. Baalbek's megaliths are more than stone, they are a bridge across millennia, connecting us to the ambition, skill, and mystery of civilizations that sought to shape the world on a scale that continues to astonish us today. The Nazca lines, etched into the arid desert plains of southern Peru, represent one of the most enigmatic and visually striking legacies of ancient human civilization. Spanning over 450 square kilometers, these enormous geoglyphs depict a variety of figures, ranging from animals such as monkeys, hummingbirds, and spiders, to geometric shapes, spirals, and complex lines stretching for kilometers. Created by the Nazca culture between 500 BCE and 500 CE, these figures were made by removing the reddish-brown iron oxide-coated pebbles that cover the desert surface, revealing the lighter-colored earth beneath. While the technique itself may seem straightforward, the precision, scale, and complexity of the geoglyphs are astonishing, especially considering the absence of advanced surveying tools or aerial perspectives. The lines are so large that many figures are only fully appreciable from the air, a phenomenon that has fueled speculation about their purpose, meaning, and the technological knowledge of the Nazca people. Scholars have proposed multiple theories regarding the creation and function of the Nazca lines. Some suggest that the geoglyphs served astronomical or calendrical purposes, aligning with solstices, equinoxes, or other celestial events to mark agricultural cycles or religious observances. Others interpret the lines as ritual pathways, guiding ceremonial processions or pilgrimages across the desert in acts of devotion or communication with deities. A compelling theory posits that the figures and lines were intended as offerings or messages to the gods, meant to be viewed from above, whether by spiritual entities or symbolic, heavenly, observers, emphasizing a cosmological and religious dimension to the Nazca culture. The construction of these geoglyphs demonstrates remarkable planning, coordination, and understanding of geometry. Despite the enormous scale of some figures, which can extend over 200 meters in length, the lines are remarkably straight and consistent, often running for kilometers without deviation. Researchers have speculated that the Nazca may have employed simple tools such as stakes, ropes, and grids to maintain accuracy, yet the execution remains impressive, revealing an advanced spatial awareness and meticulous craftsmanship. The choice of location, flat desert plains with minimal rainfall and stable geological conditions, also highlights an intimate knowledge of the environment, ensuring the line's preservation over centuries. Beyond their technical execution, the Nazca lines evoke profound cultural and spiritual significance. Many of the animal figures correspond to local fauna, often with symbolic associations tied to fertility, water, or agricultural prosperity. Geometric patterns and abstract shapes may have represented cosmological concepts, mapping the relationship between the human, terrestrial, and divine realms. The alignment of certain lines and figures with natural water sources or ritual sites suggests that the geoglyphs were integrated into a broader spiritual landscape, reflecting the deep interconnection between the Nazca people, their environment, and their belief systems. The scale and visibility of the Nazca lines raise intriguing questions about perspective and purpose. Since most figures are fully discernible only from above, some researchers have posited that the Nazca may have used elevated platforms or hills to view the geoglyphs during their creation. Others speculate that the lines were intended for spiritual viewing by deities or celestial forces, emphasizing a symbolic rather than practical function. This perspective underscores the imaginative and ceremonial sophistication of the Nazca culture, which managed to create enduring, large-scale works of art and ritual expression without the benefit of modern surveying techniques. Environmental factors have contributed to both the creation and preservation of the lines. The desert's arid climate, lack of wind, and minimal rainfall have protected the geoglyphs from erosion, allowing them to remain remarkably intact for over a millennium. The contrasting colors of the surface materials, dark reddish stones and the lighter underlying soil, enhance visibility, demonstrating an understanding of natural contrast and visual impact. Such considerations suggest that the Nazca carefully planned not only the shapes themselves but also their aesthetic and environmental context, integrating practical knowledge with artistic and symbolic intent. The Nazca lines continue to inspire fascination, debate, and research in modern times. Archaeologists, anthropologists, and geologists study the lines to uncover insights into the culture, beliefs, and technological capabilities of the Nazca people. At the same time, the geoglyphs have captured the imagination of the general public, inspiring theories ranging from astronomical calendars and water rituals to extraterrestrial communication and lost civilizations. While sensationalist claims often overshadow scholarly research, the enduring mystery of the Nazca lines lies not in the implausible but in the sheer ingenuity, scale, and purposefulness of these monumental creations. Comparisons with other ancient megalithic and monumental sites, such as Stonehenge, Puma Punku, or the pyramids of Egypt, highlight recurring themes of human ambition, symbolic expression, and sophisticated planning. Yet the Nazca lines are unique in their integration of art, landscape, and ritual, demonstrating a culture capable of translating cosmological, religious, and environmental understanding into large-scale visual language. They represent an intersection of science, spirituality, and creativity that continues to challenge modern assumptions about ancient civilizations. The emotional resonance of the Nazca lines is profound. Standing on the desert plains, one is struck by the vastness, precision, and mystery of the geoglyphs, sensing both human ingenuity and the enduring enigma of their purpose. The lines evoke contemplation of the relationship between people, their environment, and the cosmos, prompting reflection on the ways humans have sought to communicate with forces beyond their immediate perception. The combination of artistic vision, engineering skill, and spiritual intent inspires awe and admiration, connecting modern observers to the ingenuity and devotion of a civilization long vanished. Ultimately, the Nazca lines are more than a collection of etched lines and figures, they are a testament to human imagination, precision, and cultural sophistication. They challenge assumptions about technological capability, social organization, and spiritual expression in pre-Columbian South America, revealing a society capable of monumental, enduring works that speak across millennia. The geoglyphs remain a bridge between the past and present, a vivid reminder that human beings, regardless of era or resources, possess the capacity to transform landscapes into expressions of belief, identity, and cosmic understanding. In contemplating the Nazca lines, one is reminded that history contains both extraordinary achievement and enduring mystery, and that the human desire to leave a mark on the world, visible, symbolic, and eternal, is a timeless and universal force. The Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera in 1901, is widely regarded as the world's first analog computer and a remarkable testament to ancient technological ingenuity. Dating back to around 100 BCE, this intricate device consists of a complex system of bronze gears, dials, and inscriptions, capable of predicting astronomical events such as eclipses, planetary positions, and even the timing of the Olympic Games. For decades, scholars underestimated the level of sophistication of Hellenistic technology, assuming that such mechanical complexity could not exist in antiquity. Yet the Antikythera mechanism challenges these assumptions, revealing that ancient engineers had mastered advanced mathematical modeling, precision craftsmanship, and the ability to translate celestial cycles into mechanical form. The mechanism itself is composed of at least 30 interlocking bronze gears housed within a wooden frame, with multiple rotating dials on its front and back surfaces. The front dial tracks the movements of the sun and moon, while the back dials represent the cycles of the lunar calendar, the positions of planets, and the timing of significant Greek sporting events. The level of miniaturization, precision, and functional integration in the device is astonishing, comparable in many ways to clockwork technology developed over a millennium later in medieval Europe. Researchers have noted that the Antikythera mechanism required sophisticated knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and metallurgy. Each gear had to be carefully calculated to account for irregularities in lunar motion, planetary cycles, and celestial mechanics. The inscriptions on the device, written in Koine Greek, include detailed instructions for its operation and explanations of astronomical phenomena, suggesting that its creators not only built a precise mechanical instrument but also documented its theoretical underpinnings for users. The device likely served both practical and educational purposes, functioning as a calendar, astronomical calculator, and demonstration tool to explain celestial movements. The Antikythera mechanism also reveals the remarkable capabilities of ancient Greek science and engineering. Its creators understood the elliptical orbits of celestial bodies, the complex interplay between lunar and solar cycles, and the timing of eclipses, all of which were encoded into a mechanical format. The precision of the gear ratios, the careful calibration of dials, and the integration of multiple cycles into a single device indicate a sophisticated level of interdisciplinary knowledge, combining astronomy, mathematics, and mechanical engineering in a way that was unprecedented for the era. The discovery of the mechanism transformed our understanding of the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations. Prior to its analysis, historians assumed that complex geared mechanisms did not appear until the Middle Ages or Renaissance. The Antikythera mechanism disproves this notion, demonstrating that Hellenistic engineers possessed knowledge and skills that would not be seen again for over 1,000 years. The implications are profound. It suggests the existence of a tradition of mechanical engineering and scientific knowledge in the ancient world that has largely been lost to history. The emotional and intellectual impact of the Antikythera mechanism is considerable. Observers are struck by the ingenuity, foresight, and precision of its design, reflecting both the skill of its maker and the sophistication of Hellenistic intellectual culture. The device evokes admiration, wonder, and curiosity about the knowledge systems, educational methods, and technological achievements of ancient societies. Its very existence challenges modern assumptions about the linear progression of science and technology, inviting us to reconsider the capabilities of our distant ancestors. The mechanism also provides a window into the cultural and philosophical worldview of the ancient Greeks. The ability to model celestial cycles mechanically reflects a deep engagement with nature, mathematics, and cosmology, as well as a desire to understand and predict the universe. The Antikythera mechanism embodies the intersection of practical application, scientific inquiry, and philosophical contemplation, demonstrating that technology and knowledge were inseparable from the intellectual and cultural life of the era. Further research has uncovered additional details, including evidence that the mechanism may have contained indicators for the positions of the planets known to the Greeks at the time, as well as cycles of eclipses extending over decades. Modern imaging techniques, including X-ray tomography and 3D modeling, have allowed researchers to reconstruct its function and reveal the incredible sophistication of its design. These studies suggest that the mechanism was likely part of a broader tradition of scientific instruments, many of which have been lost, destroyed, or remain undiscovered, emphasizing the fragility of technological knowledge over millennia. The Antikythera mechanism also resonates with other ancient mysteries of engineering, construction, and knowledge transmission. Its complexity parallels the precision of the pyramids of Egypt, the alignment of Stonehenge, and the megalithic architecture of Baalbek and Pumapunku, suggesting that advanced understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and mechanics existed in multiple ancient cultures. These parallels raise profound questions about the spread of knowledge, the capacity for innovation, and the possibility of lost technological traditions that exceeded what was previously assumed possible in antiquity. Ultimately, the Antikythera mechanism is a powerful reminder of human ingenuity, curiosity, and the capacity for abstract thinking. Its combination of precise engineering, sophisticated mathematics, and astronomical observation demonstrates that ancient civilizations were capable of technological and intellectual achievements that rival those of later periods. The device invites reflection on the continuity of knowledge, the impermanence of technological traditions, and the enduring human desire to understand, measure, and predict the natural world. Standing in contemplation of the Antikythera mechanism, one cannot help but marvel at the intellect, craftsmanship, and vision of its creators, who transformed bronze, wood, and gearwork into a window on the cosmos, leaving a legacy that continues to inspire, challenge, and captivate the imagination over 2,000 years later. Puma Punku, part of the larger Tiwanaku complex near Lake Titicaca in modern-day Bolivia, stands as one of the most mysterious and architecturally advanced archaeological sites in the Americas. Built by the Tiwanaku civilization around 500 to 600 CE, the site is renowned for its massive stone blocks, precise cuts, and intricate interlocking designs, many of which appear impossible to replicate even with modern tools. Unlike typical masonry, the stones of Puma Punku are shaped with such precision that some fit together perfectly without mortar, featuring straight edges, right angles, and complex geometric patterns. The largest stones weigh upwards of 130 tons, and the exact methods used to quarry, transport, and position them remain a matter of intense debate and speculation. Scholars and enthusiasts alike are astounded not only by the scale of the construction but also by the precision and technical skill evident in each stone, suggesting an advanced understanding of engineering, mathematics, and stoneworking techniques far ahead of their time. The site's layout is equally perplexing. Puma Punku consists of terraced platforms, enormous foundations, and monolithic blocks arranged in ways that suggest both ceremonial and functional purposes. The precision of alignment, both vertically and horizontally, implies careful planning and a sophisticated knowledge of geometry. Some researchers suggest that the stones were cut using advanced tools or techniques, possibly including copper chisels combined with abrasives, yet the uniformity and intricacy of the blocks continue to challenge conventional explanations. Many stones feature intricate interlocking shapes, including H-shaped blocks and precise notches designed to fit together like massive jigsaw pieces. These interlocking mechanisms suggest an understanding of structural stability and seismic resistance, hinting that the builders were not only concerned with aesthetic perfection but also with engineering durability. The thought and skill required to create such forms reflect a level of technical mastery rarely attributed to pre-Columbian societies. Transportation of the stones adds another layer of mystery. The massive blocks were quarried at least several kilometers from the main site, necessitating careful planning and immense manpower. Theories range from the use of sledges, rollers, and ropes to more speculative ideas, such as the employment of water or lubrication methods to reduce friction during movement. Despite decades of study, no definitive method has been universally accepted, leaving room for continued fascination and debate about the ingenuity of the Tiwanaku civilization. Puma Punku's significance extends beyond engineering. The site likely held ceremonial or religious importance, serving as a focal point for rituals, political power, or cultural gatherings. The geometric precision, careful orientation, and symbolic carving suggest a deep connection between architecture, cosmology, and spirituality. Some researchers believe that the site was designed to align with astronomical events, further emphasizing the integration of science, religion, and artistry in Tiwanaku society. The emotional impact of Puma Punku is immediate. Standing amidst colossal stones, one cannot help but marvel at the intelligence, vision, and coordination required to create a site of such scale and precision. The sense of mystery is compounded by the partial destruction of the complex, whether due to natural forces, human activity, or ritual deconstruction, leaving visitors to imagine the full grandeur of the original construction. Comparisons with other megalithic sites, such as Sacsayhuaman, Baalbek, or Göbekli Tepe, highlight recurring themes of human ambition, precision engineering, and symbolic architecture. However, Puma Punku is unique in its combination of interlocking stonework, massive monoliths, and apparent technical sophistication, suggesting that the Tiwanaku possessed specialized knowledge that has since been lost or forgotten. Speculation about the site often extends into alternative theories. Some suggest the precision of the stonework implies the use of advanced tools or even lost technology, while others propose that the builders were guided by knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and geometry that rivaled later civilizations. Regardless of the exact methods employed, Puma Punku stands as a testament to human ingenuity, creativity, and the capacity to manipulate the natural environment with astonishing skill. Ultimately, Puma Punku is more than a collection of stones, it is a monument to the intelligence, ambition, and spiritual vision of the Tiwanaku civilization.